organizing the meeting. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all presented in ICSSR sponsored 3-day national seminar on the theme Startup Business, a way towards economic development of Northeast India, organized by the Department of Economics and Department of Commerce, Karimganj College, under the aegis of IQAC, Karimganj College. Now I invite guests to today's function with a request to come on to position and occupy the distinguished chair. First of all, I invite the chairperson of today's seminar and the principal, Karimganj College, Dr. Ramanand Chakravarti, to please come on to the stage. I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to introduce our chief guest of the day, Professor Rajat Gupta, Director of the NIT Center. Sir, you are requested to come over the dais and take your chair. We feel honored to have with the guest of honor, Professor M.P. Bajwa, Guwahati University. Sir, please come over the dais and take your honorary chair. I now invite the keynote speaker, Professor Sriparna Barua, advisor, NEHHBC, and former head, Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. Now, I request our special guest, DICC Director, Karimganj, Salim Raja Mondal sir, to occupy his honorary chair on the stage. Next, we look forward to the presence of IQAC Coordinator, Karimganj College, Dr. Tiwari, on the stage. It is my privilege to invite HOD Commerce, Karimganj College, Dr. Shobhan Sen, onto the stage. In addition, I cordially invite HOD Economics, Karimganj College, Dr. Vitumani Haloi, to occupy his chair on the stage. Finally, I request convener of today's seminar, Dr. Suchitra Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, to come over the dais and take her seat. It's now time to felicitate our guests. First of all, I would request Ms. Tarunlata Pegu, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Karimganj College, to come over the dais and felicitate today's chief guest, Professor Rajat Gupta, NIT Silchar, by Uttariya, token gift, and upkeep. Ms. Hema Hazarika now is being requested to come over the dais and felicitate our guest of honor, Professor M.P. Bajwa, by Uttariya, token gift, and upkeep. Now I request Mrs. Nirupama Sinha to come over the dais and felicitate Chairman of today's seminar and Principal of Karimganj College by an Uttariya. There is also a token gift and a piece along with an Uttariya. Next, I request again Ms. Hema Hazarika to come over the dais and felicitate DICC General Manager P. Mondal sir with an Uttariya, token gift, and a gift. Nirupama Sinha, come over the dais and felicitate our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Sudhir Tiwari, with an Uttariya. Ms. Rupali from the Department of History is now being requested to felicitate HOD Commerce, Dr. Shobhan San by an Uttariya. Our keynote speaker will be felicitated by Ms. Tarulata Pegu with an Uttariya, token gift and a gift. We are really humbled that Madam has given her consent during our occasion. Now, I would request Ms. Tarulata Pegu to felicitate HOD Economics, Karimganj College by an Uttariya. Finally, I would request Rupali Madam to come over the dais and felicitate the convener of today's seminar, Dr. Suchitra Das by an Uttariya. Now, we are going to witness our traditional lamp lighting ceremony. I request all sitting on and off the dais to come forward and do this holy job of lighting the lamp. Sir,
আমরা আসলাম না নাই তো মারা গেছেন আরেকজন আসলে সুজিত সুরজিৎ আজকে
there is now an inaugural song sung by the students of Karimganj College.
রেকর্ড আছে রেকর্ড হয়েছে লাইভ তো থাকবে ইউটিউব লাইভ হ্যাঁ ইউটিউব লাইভ হবে সেটা এখন বুঝে নিতে সেটা তোমার ট্রেনিং দিতে হবে এডিট করা যাবে এডিট করা যাবে কি মিনিট
জীবন পূর্ণ করো তখন দানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে আমারে দেহ খানি তুলে ধরো তোমার ওই দেবালয়ে প্রদীপ করো আমারে দেহ খানি তুলে ধরো তোমার ওই দেবালয়ে প্রদীপ করো নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক আরে নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক আরে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো তখন দানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে হরে গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব সারা রাত ফোটাক তারা নব নব আধারে গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব সারা রাত ফোটাক তারা নব নব নয়নের দৃষ্টি হতে বুঝে কালো যেখানে পড়বে সেখানে দেখবে আলো নয়নের দৃষ্টি হতে বুঝবে কালো যেখানে পড়বে সেখানে দেখবে আলো দেখা মোর উঠবে জ্বলে ঊর্ধ্বপানে দেখা মোর উঠবে জ্বলে ঊর্ধ্বপানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো তখন দানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে
you both for beautifully presenting this song. Now I request convener of today's seminar, Dr. Sujitra Das, to deliver her welcome address and tell us something about the seminar.
Very good afternoon to all the students there, existing faculty and adjunct faculties of this institution and institutions, the scholars and my beloved students, and I welcome all of us gathering here. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all into this ICSSR sponsored national seminar on startup business, a way towards economic development of Northeast India, organized by Departmental Economics and Department of Commerce, Karimganj College, under the aegis of IQAC Karimganj College, for 3 days, starting from today, 4, 5, and 6, May 2020. I, on behalf of the National Seminar Organizing Committee and Department of Economics and Department of Commerce, Karimganj College, would first like to convey my warm welcome and gratitude to our today's chief guest, Professor Rajat Gupta, Director and IT teacher, and was formerly Director of Srinagar and Mizoram. He has given his valuable time from his busy schedule to grace this occasion. I welcome you, sir. I would like to convey my heartiest welcome and sincere gratitude to today's guest of honor, and also the keynote speaker, Professor Sriparna B. Barua, former head and director in charge, Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship, Center for Industry Extension, and advisor, Northeast Handicraft Development Corporation, Ministry of Learning. I put my sincere welcome to Professor Madhurya Prasad Rajbarua, Department of Economics, Guwahati University, the renowned educationist and economist of this region, who is also the speaker of today's popular talk. I would like to welcome DICC General Manager, Sribraja Mandal, in today's auspicious occasion. I would also like to convey warm welcome to Principal Karimganj College and Chairman National Seminar Organizing Committee. I convey my sincere welcome to IQAC Coordinator Karimganj College. I also like to welcome my heartiest welcome and gratitude to other resource person, Professor Shambhati Gugo, who will be joining us soon, Professor Utpal Kumar De, Nehu Shillong, Professor Joydeep Goswami, Controller of Examination, Downtown University, Guwahati, and Dr. Amir Sharma, Guwahati University, Dr. Raju Mandal from Assam University. All of them has taken the pain to join us as resource person in the technical sessions and also to share their thoughts on different aspects and corners of startup business. I welcome you all, sir. It is my proud privilege to share with you that today's seminar is a part of the celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and along with that, the Department of Economics and Department of Commerce, Karimganj College, established in 1948, is also enduring its journey of 75 years. The Karimganj College, established in 1946, has just few days ago celebrated its 1-year-long Platinum Jubilee celebration. From all this angle, this seminar is so special as it is a part of the celebration of 75 years of journey of our country, our institution, and our department. Looking towards the aim of the nation to be a self-reliant, entrepreneurship development is a crucial factor, and the present India being the India of youth and their endless capabilities, startups plays an engine of exponential growth of the country and its economy. This Startup India is an initiative of the Government of India, and this initiative driven by the factors such as massive funding, consolidation activities, evolving technology, and a home to a new breed of young startups will make India the largest base of startups in the world. In both the tech and non-tech startups, India holds its position among the 5 largest hosts in the world. Startups in India are expected to produce a good number of billionaires and many more millionaires in the next 5 years, with e-commerce, financial services, and technology-driven fields generating maximum interest. The new age India today is ready to break away from the typical career path to take a chance to make a change. In this respect, the present seminar on startup business, a way towards economic development of Northeast India, is an initiative to explore and highlight how entrepreneurship is becoming bolder and more dynamic than even before, and how the growing numbers of young innovative minds who want to start ventures of their own in the Northeastern India in the delivery on issues and challenges for development of entrepreneurship and innovation to start up in the development perspective of Northeastern region. The Northeastern region, as we know, is largely agrarian in nature, with over 70% of the population engaged in agriculture for livelihood. Service sector comes next, and the manufacturing sector is still at a nascent stage. But the region is a treasure house of ample natural resources. However, despite the abundance of resources, the region has left behind many Indian states in vital development indicators. So, this seminar hope will focus on different aspects of startups that can be developed in the Northeast India for its economic development of the region as well as of the country. I'm happy to share with you here that accordingly we have received more than 65 papers from different parts of the country on different aspects of startups. We will be presenting in the both online and offline mode in the coming 2 days in 6 technical sessions. However, I'm sorry to say here that we received some more papers, but due to lack of time, we could not include them in the abstract book. Along with that, we have amongst us 8 resource persons from different institutions of the country who will deliver talks on different spheres of startups. Hope these 3 days of long academic journey will create a brainstorming atmosphere from where we can give to the society the ways how we can generate startups for development of own development and the surrounding, the region and the nation as a whole, and also suggest some policy to the policymakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Convener Madam. It's now time to unveil the abstract. I request one of our students to come over the dais and unveil the abstract. But before that, we now have, I'm very glad to tell you that Mr. Majumdar, ADC of, okay, sorry sir, Assistant Commissioner of Karimganj District, has just now been arrived here. So I would request our students to felicitate Mr. Majumdar. Sir, please come over the dais, and students, please. So I request all the guests to unveil the abstract now. Students, please bring the abstract and hand over these to our honorable guests. Please. It's a very happy moment for all of us because the Department of Economics, I think this is the second time they are organizing one national seminar on a very, yes, Jody sir is saying that it's the third seminar that they are organizing on a very good theme, that is the startup business. Audience, please give a huge round of applause for the Department of Economics and the Department of Commerce, Karimganj College. Please give a huge round of applause for the seminar. We hope that we'll be going to read or find out some good papers in the seminar in 3 days. I now request HOD Commerce, Dr. Shobhan Sen, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Respected Chairman of this seminar, Dr. Anand Chakraborty, Principal of this college, our Chief Guest, Professor Rajit Gupta, Guest of Honor, Professor Madhur Prasad Desvarwa, Deputy Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner Development, our keynote speaker, Dr. Parna B. Borua, HOD Economics, Dr. Tony Hadal, Convener of this seminar, Dr. Sushita Das, General Manager, District Industries and Commerce Center, ICSSR Department, Dr. Sujit Tiwari, sir, IQAC Coordinator, IQAC, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, friends, participants, and my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to take my stand here to welcome you all to this 3-day-long national seminar jointly organized with the Department of Economics under the aegis of IQAC Government College and funded by ICSSR, New Delhi. The Department of Commerce took an initiative to arrange a national seminar in the year 2018, but it did not materialize even after necessary requirements because UGC had stopped funding for seminars by that time, which was not known to us. During August 2021, we could arrange a webinar on NEP 2020, giving emphasis on entrepreneurship opportunities under the aegis of IQAC Government College, in which Dr. Sriparna B. Borua Madam was one of the resource persons. I take this opportunity to thank Madam again for acting as a resource person in that webinar and for giving her valuable time to us. The clarion call of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, has triggered the momentum of startups, particularly since COVID-19 pandemic period. The reason behind this was to encourage local artisans and entrepreneurs to produce and fulfill demands locally. The long spans of lockdown as a tool to combat the pandemic had compelled many projects and business houses to close down. The concept of startups was prevailing in India prior to the pandemic period, but it got boost since COVID-19 to revamp the business world and in creating employment opportunities. India ranks third in the world in the startup ecosystem with 90,000 startups as observed by the Union Ministers Development in Kabul. On the other hand, of course, the scenario of startups in Northeastern region is not that encouraging. So this 3-day long seminar is expected to enrich us with ideas and means to develop startups in this region and thereby unveil opportunities for aspiring entrepreneurs of this region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. He has highlighted on the ugly effects of COVID-19 that has badly affected our economy. Now I request HOD Department of Economics, Dr. Nitinmani Haloi, to share his views regarding the seminar.
Namaskar. So, respected Chairman and Principal, Karimganj College, Dr. Raman Subrahmanyam sir, Professor Rajat Gupta sir, Director and Chief Chair, then guest of honor, Professor M.D. Beswara sir from Guwahati University, then guest of honor and keynote speaker of the today's national seminar, Professor Sripurna Gurman, respected Inaugural sir, Assistant Commissioner, Karimganj District, then special guest of the today's particular program, Salim Raza Mandal sir, GM Director, GM, DICC Karimganj, then Dr. Sujit Tiwari sir, IQAC Coordinator, Karimganj College, and HOD Commerce, and Convener Madam, Dr. Sushma Das, my distinguished, respected all the members present at dais, my beloved students and the media persons. So, as a responsible member of the Department of Economics, it is a fascinating and thought privilege for me to share before the August gathering some of the activities of the Economics Department. Our convener madam as well as the HOD Economics already outlined the brief about the concept about purpose, about the main objectives of this seminar. So slightly I am trying to deviate from the activity because it's all there and a lot of discussion will come and then what are the motives behind the particular seminar will comes to light. So just as a responsible person of the Department of Economics, I want to convey the message that the Department of Economics has been actively engaged in organizing different levels of national seminar as well as workshop, both for the student and as well as the faculty members of the colleges and university level since time back. Actually, it is the third attempt that we are trying to organize this kind of national level seminar. At the same time, I would like to inform before the August gathering that right now we have the 4 faculty members and who have already presented more than 70 research papers over the last year in different platforms. Out of these 70 research papers they have presented, and out of them, 45 research papers already published in different reputed journals. Out of that, 8 numbers of research papers already published in a different care listed journal. And apart from that, our students are actively engaged in different activities like in skill survey program, in preparing our wall magazine. At the same time, they are actively presented the paper in different student seminar also. So at me, that is just I am trying to say that all the faculty members as well as the students are actively engaged and trying to impart that quality education so that at least we can learn something through our academic and non-academic activities. Really, when you see that our students are signing in different platforms, we feel very much proud. Rightly, I can say that Dr. Anuj Sinha, who is the co-convener of this program, is the alumni of our department. Similarly, we have another guest faculty, Sri Anand Sudhari, is pursuing the PhD from Assam University. He is also the alumni of our department. Thus, I want to say that when our students are signing in different platforms, in different competitive resolutions, we feel very much proud. And ultimately, the main purpose of the seminar is actually not only to give you a platform that colleges and universities are, but also we want to show that how to prepare in national level so that our students can participate, students can learn a lot from the deliberation from the different resource person as well as from the different speakers in the through level day. I think that our seminar will be great successful one. With these few words, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Halui. We are really very happy to know the success and achievements of the Department of Economics along with the Department of Commerce. Now, I will request IQAC Coordinator Dr. Sujit Tiwari to say a few words.
Respected President of today's Inaugural program as well as the National Seminar and Principal of our college, Dr. Ramanu Chakraborty sir, respected Chief Guest of today's program, an illustrious son of entire Gorak Valley and Northeast, Professor Rajat Gupta, who is presently the Director of National Institute of Technology, Silchar. Prior to that, he was Director of NIT Mizoram, NIT Srinagar, and also he had occupied many prestigious positions. Respected MP Bejbua sir, from one of the most renowned academicians in the field of economics from Guwahati University, respected Sripurna Borua madam, the General Manager of DIC Karimganj, Assistant Commissioner Karimganj, HOD Commerce, Dr. Shubham Sen, HOD Economics, Dr. Ritumani Haloi, most respected former Vice Principal of Karimganj College as well as MLA of Patharkandi, Sri Shukendu Shekhar Dotto sir, respected faculty members from Guwahati University, Assam University, respected colleagues from Karimganj College, as well as our former colleague and presently the controller of examination from Downtown University, Guwahati, my beloved student friends. Well, just now we came to know from HOD Economics how actively the Department of Economics is involved in academic activities. And the particular seminar on startups, you know how it has, the word startup has revolutionized the industry 4.0, and how stress our respected Prime Minister has been giving on startups, and what is the position of our country. We all know how fastly we are marching ahead. And so far as the question of Karimganj is concerned, one of our alumni from NIT and one of my direct students, Rishidas Bhattacharya is sitting here. He has earned international report being in Karimganj. So this is the situation and the position of startups. So far as Karimganj College is concerned, I would like to take the opportunity of telling, so far as the data available with IQAC, our college has published more than 497 international papers, more than 50 minor research projects, 13 major research projects, 5 patents, and 53 books. So these are the achievements of our faculty members in this college. This national seminar as well as workshops has been one of the regular features of our college. I'll not be taking much time. I just want to request our students to take advantage of this event, because few days back we had one program. Our respected director of NIT Center is present here, and he is such a motivating personality that he was requesting each and every one of our students to go for innovativeness. And we know this industry 4.0 and the thing of our startups are basically we requires a sort of combination, integration of our artificial intelligence, ICT, as well as the knowledge in business and all these things. So it is the students who are here. It is up to you to acquire knowledge, and it's a very good opportunity for all of you to acquire knowledge, to listen to the learned personnel, learned academicians from the field of economics, and who will be throwing light on the different aspects of startups, so that you all can learn, and then only the real motive to bridge the gap between theory and practical, what our director sir was earlier mentioning in that particular day also, that we need to bridge the gap between theory and practical to take our country ahead. I hope that this particular seminar will definitely be a successful one. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. As a faculty, I'm really feeling very proud to know the data from sir, because normally we are not very much interested to know the data. So thank you, sir. Now I request the chairman of today's seminar and the principal of Karimganj College, Dr. Ramanu Chakravarti, to say a few words.
As requested by Aparna, definitely I will speak few words before you, because it is for the resource persons to speak in detail before the audience. Respected Professor Rajat Gupta, Director NIT Silchar, who is the chief guest of today's inaugural program. Professor Madhurya Prasad Bodua, renowned economist of Northeastern region and Eastern region of basically he's from Guwahati University. Then Suparna Bodua, Director, Entrepreneur, the Department of the Institute of Entrepreneurship, Guwahati. Then Director GIC, Karimganj, DIC basically actually. Then District Industrial Center, isn't it? Then representative of District Administration, Mr. Majumdar. then my colleague Dr. Shubham Sena, HOD Department of Commerce, Dr. Ritumani Haloi, HOD Department of Economics, and finally Mr. Dr. Sujit Tiwari, IQAC Coordinator of the Department of Physics, and different resource persons, my former colleague, Dr. Joydeep Goswami, who used to teach here in the Department of Economics, now acting as Controller of Examinations here in Guwahati University. I forgot the name. And my esteemed colleagues, and there are many resource persons I think who have joined us here, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. Actually, I should not speak much as chairman. You know, but as student of commerce, I can't prevent myself from speaking few words before you because of the fact that the topic of this seminar, startup business, way towards economic development of Northeast India. Everything has been, we understand what is startup business. Actually, now we say it's startup business. Basically, that was used to be termed as cottage and small scale industries. Small scale industries, basically. Now we say made in India. Now we say self-reliant India. But these are not new concepts. But the startup business is a new concept. Although we find there are similarities between what between the small scale industry and the startup business. But the government of India from 2016 under the leadership of Sri Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister of the country, he has started putting emphasis on changing the mindset of the populace of the country. Previously, the employment scenario was that the students, the employment seeker, used to go to different companies and used to ask for employment from different government sectors. But now, this Prime Minister, who is a modern Prime Minister, I must say, who is a popular Prime Minister, I must say, that he is trying to change the concept and want to make a majority portion of the populace from job seekers to job creators. That is the fundamental change we can notice. All these things are there. This startup business is nothing a new concept, but the initiative, but the fuel initiative that the government of India, under the leadership of Prime Minister, has decided to put on is on the culture of our thinking. Now, India today is the largest growing economy in the world. Multinationals are coming to India. India, if you study the inflow, foreign capital inflow, India is having the highest position. We are not lagging behind. That is to say, the entire entrepreneur class of international community, they are looking at India as one of the important destinations for placing and locating their business here in India. We, as populace of the country, we, particularly the students, the young students of the country, we should try to exploit this situation. Whatever you get in the form of expertise from the foreign investors, we need to exploit this technology, whatever it is. It might be in the form of technology, it might be in the form of finance. We should try to exploit this. And this culture, the government of India is trying to initiate in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, another thing I can see a fundamental change. The policies, in the purchasing policies of the government of India. Yes, previously, what was the thing? When the government of India, central public sector undertaking in particular, when they go for advertising certain things, particularly for purchasing some materials, it's a huge procurement process of the government of India and the government of Assam, if you take into account. One clause was there. You, as a joint stock company or entrepreneur, might be a sole trader or a firm, partnership firm, have to have experience of certain years. And then only you can apply for this procurement program, that is to say, you apply for supplying commodities to the government organizations. But now things have changed. This clause, the government of India has decided to withdraw. Anybody who has decided to establish, or who has, established a startup business 2 years back, if he is eligible, if the firm is qualified, if the firm is technically efficient, there should not be any bar in the matter of supplying commodities to the government undertaking. Another thing the government of India under the startup scheme is trying to introduce is the fact that trying to bridging the gap between the theories and the practical, that is to say, trying to invite the industrialists to the academic institution, higher academic institution through research project, and thereby engaging the students in the process. And this is how I think the difference between the theories and the practicality of the things gradually would be, would go away. These are the things I have noticed, particularly in the approach of the policies by this government. And the government of India nowadays has come to this place, trying to engage people, trying to engage the unemployed of the country this way, and this way trying to reduce the extent of unemployment from the country. One mantra is there: don't try to be job seeker. Please try to be contributors. Please try to be creators. That is the slogan. As Sujit has mentioned, that we are having a great entrepreneur here at Karimganj, and he is having his link internationally. We are discussing something with Rishiraj, and he was telling us that he has his clients in different countries: Germany, Israel. Israelis, different parties from Israel are the best partners, best customers. So sitting at Karimganj, having links with so much countries, with so many countries, is not a mean achievement. Therefore, my dear students, you try to involve yourself, you try to think that way, you try to dream that, try to see the thing this way, that we are not going to be job seekers, we will be the job creators. When what Rishiraj can do, if we plan the thing this way, we will also be able to do this for ourselves, and thereby we will be able to contribute generously towards the growth of Indian economy. With these few words, I wish a grand success of this 3-day seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's a very nice message for our students. Don't try to be job seekers, rather try to be job creators. Now I invite our guest of honor, Professor M.P. Berua, to deliver his speech. Sir has already visited our place earlier, so he knows many things about us. So I request sir to say something about us also.
Very, very distinguished panel up here, and a very, very distinguished audience in the front. Good afternoon to all of you. Actually, this is not an occasion for me to speak right now. I'm going to deliver a speech later on after the inaugural session. And it's good, as I said, it's not for an occasion for me to speak, because I am practically illiterate on this particular subject of startup. And actually, so if I speak give a long speech, I'll be only revealing my ignorance, and so that, and if I do that, actually, nobody will be there to listen to my main speech actually just coming up. So I'll rather refrain from speaking too long. Yes, I have been in this college earlier, but that time when the seminar was held, and it was unfortunately not here because this was captured for election purposes. We had to seek elsewhere. But what I remember from that, I spoke something about the identity issue in the Northeast, and so many students and others actually heard. I had the opportunity of sharing my idea with the students and others, and we have generated sufficiently interesting interaction on that particular subject. Let's hope I can repeat that performance later in the evening. And regarding startups, yes, what the principal has just said, as a major development or method of development for the Northeast, I think if the youth of this region has to move away from looking for government jobs, that's a mentality that unemployment can be solved only by creating government jobs, which cannot be greatly productive. Startup is the only way out. But as we all know, the history of Northeast and all that, we have not been entrepreneurial in the sense that Gujaratis or Parsis have been. I'd not like to accept this region lacks entrepreneurial talent. I think there's plenty of entrepreneurial talent everywhere in the Northeast. But then from entrepreneurial talent, to convert it into a startup, first of all, you require a great idea, then that has to be converted into a business model, is that right? And then, of course, any startup is the first stage of a life cycle of any business. So first few years or for a certain period of time, no startup can actually hope to make profit. So they have to stand up. You have to give the time them to stand up and then release, then create jobs and wealth for the society. And that is something for which they require kind of support and an ecosystem. Probably in the Northeast, we have some deficit in the ecosystem, and I think our keynote speaker, Sriparna Barua, is going to talk about that, and I've come to learn from you actually here in this session. And after that, of course, it can be on your own. And of course, one thing we have learned from the experience here in Karimganj and all that, because of the way the business is organized now, and that because of the impact of IT revolution and now the fourth industrial revolution involving AI and robotics and all those kind of stuff, I think some of the disadvantage of the remoteness of the Northeast has disappeared, and therefore I think startups have in the Northeast have probably a better chance of succeeding now than it had say 20 or 30 years back. So this can bring us a lot of hope. And so I think I've spoken long enough than I thought I would speak. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
May I now request Professor Rajat Gupta, who is our chief guest of today's seminar, to address the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished members of faculty, respected Professor Shukanta Dutta sir, and my very dear student, alumnus of NIT Silchar, Rishikesh, the greatest entrepreneur of this, and my dear students. First of all, I congratulate and compliment the organizer for organizing this particular seminar. It's very important. মনটা খুব ভালো হয়ে যায় যখন নিজের কলেজে আসতে পারি। যখন প্রিন্সিপাল স্যার আমাকে কালকে ফোন করে বললেন, তার আগে ম্যাডামও বলেছিলেন যে স্যার আসুন আমরা একটা প্রোগ্রাম করছি। Actually today I'm a bit busy, but I made it point কি আসতেই হবে আমাকে। Then really তোমাদেরকে বলছি যে আমি এই কলেজের স্টুডেন্ট ছিলাম 1975 to 1977 2 বছর। কিছুদিন আগে 75 years celebration আমি এসেছিলাম। It's a glorious past. 1946 এই কলেজ সূচনা হয়েছে এবং এই কলেজের প্রচুর প্রাক্তনী পৃথিবীর বিভিন্ন জায়গায় আছে। You should be proud of this college. আজকে যখন তেওয়ারি বলছিল কলেজের কথা যে এত সব achievements, I was feeling happy but not satisfied. Now why? Because the next chairman, I travel a lot. With the chairman of many committees, I travel a lot across the country, across the globe. আমরা খুশি হতে পারি যে আমাদের যতটা পাবলিকেশন আছে এই হয়েছে, but this is not enough. This is not enough. This afternoon also I was discussing with your principal sir that for your NAC visit is very important and the NAC rating is very important and you should, they are all working on this. And yes, I hope that because you should be recognized, your college should be recognized across the country. Things are moving in the right direction. Lot many activities are going on. খুবই ভালো লাগছে সেগুলো শুনে। So far today's theme or seminar is concerned. You see that what is the purpose of an education institute? Is it business? No. The purpose of an education institute is to create knowledge. Then, how to convert this knowledge into wealth? That is the purpose. Till now, we are only creating knowledge, but your principal rightly mentioned that our Honorable Prime Minister has emphasized on the creation of wealth. This reminds me of Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose. Why? You know, Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose believed in this philosophy that innovation is more important than the inventors. Innovation is more important than the inventors. And what is the result? You see the result. The Marconi took everything away from Professor Bose. Things are changing now. Whatever you are innovating, it must be in the form of IPR. And Kalimach College already filed 5 IPRs. It must be there through IPR. So things are changing. Things are changing for betterment. So far, Northeast is concerned. We are 8 brothers, sisters. We are lagging behind. In the GDP ranking also, Maharashtra state is the first. And what is the ranking of Assam? 17th. But with our new chief minister, with his guidance, wherever I travel across the country, every day I see, they listen, they say, तुम्हारा तो chief minister बहुत dynamic है, very clear है, concept बहुत कुछ है, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. I said yes, he is doing sea change of whole Northeast, not only Assam. So Assam is 17th in the GDP, and you know the reasons, mainly the geographical reasons. Some years back, Assam or Northeast was neglected. Now you see the development of Assam like anything. Now, still, there are so many hindrances. Then what is the way out? Rishidas is the example. Rishidas is the example. Give a big hand to him. Why? He has chosen an area where there is no geographical barrier, data science, AI, machine learning. We don't require any transportation, physical. I salute Rishiraj. I am 60 plus. I cannot be entrepreneur. I cannot start startup. I can only deliver lectures. I can motivate little bit, but you, the students, the 18 plus students, you will make the changes. You are new India. You will make our India proud, like Rishiraj is making. With these few words, Once again, I thank the organizer for giving me a chance to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You'll be happy to know that our principal sir has already promised before Education Minister that we are going to face our net by the end of 2023. We are working day and night on the project, so hoping for the best. Now, I request the ICC General Manager, Sri Salim Raja Mandal, to address the House.
Namaskar. Respected Principal Dr. Ramanand Chakraborty sir, respected Mr. Rajat Gupta sir, Director NIT sir, guest of honor MP Bejbarua sir, Guwahati University, keynote speaker Professor Siparna Borua, other dignitaries on the dais, faculties, my dear students. This seminar is very much related to our department. I am from Industrial and Commerce Department. This is related to our department. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to deliver my message. Now, this rate of unemployment is day by day increasing. Therefore, I would like to request the students here or unemployed youths to not to become job seeker. They have to become job creator. And how to create jobs? By starting startups or enterprises. In our department, there are two schemes for unemployment youth. One is PMECP, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. Another one is PMFME. This is related to micro food processing enterprises. And one more thing, if you have some innovative idea, not only just in enterprise, that means to start a startup, you have to have a innovative idea. For that, our state government, Department of Industrial and Commerce, has a policy. This is the policy, Assam Startup Policy 2017. Now, we have some modification and some rectification is also done subsequently. You can go through this. If you search on Google, you will get this policy and the schemes what I have told. This is PMECP and PMFME, that also you will get. And I would like to say the salient features of the scheme. So this is what I think but also for PMECP, now Government of India is providing up to 50 lakhs loan for manufacturing sector. And for service sector, it is 20 lakhs. If it is in rural area, subsidy will be 35% of the project cost. And for service sector, the total project cost is 20 lakhs for eligible subsidy. Out of that, 35% will be subsidy in rural area. And in urban area, it will be 25% of the project cost. For PMFME scheme, it will be maximum 10 lakh ceiling, 35% of the project cost of fixed capital, not for working capital. Therefore, I would like to request the students or any interested entrepreneur or prospective entrepreneur to contact DICC office at Rongai Road. So now I am not going to go through the detail of the scheme. You can search in Google, you will get these things. And if any help, any hand holding support, you need, you can come to our office at Rongai Road, Office of the General Manager, DICC Karimganj. I assure you, we will help you for this schemes. With this, once again, I thank the organizer for inviting me. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Sir has given you the address. So, my dear students, please do visit the office whenever you need. Now, on behalf of District Administration, Assistant Commissioner Mr. Majumdar is with us. So, I request him to say a few words on this occasion.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, my sincere apologies. I'm not well versed with the responsible designations that you are holding. So, all the teachers and aspiring entrepreneurs. I'm not addressing you as a student, rather I'm addressing you as aspiring entrepreneurs. Why, you will get to know. I'm actually not the correct person to stand here and speak a lot about startups and entrepreneurship. I don't have anything actually to say on that particular topic. But then, yes, a few things based on our practical experiences, and even you people have also experienced those same things. So a few things that I'll be sharing here. See, we are talking about job employment creation. Don't be a job seeker, rather you need to be a job creator. But then before that, you need to understand what is the basic of that stuff called entrepreneurship and startup. Yes, there are resource persons and or speakers we have, and they will be elaborating on those particular things. But a few things that I'll be sharing. See, entrepreneurship, when we say, basically it should serve three purposes. With due respect, you may differ, but then this is what I believe. It should serve three purposes basically. First, you need to have an innovative idea to serve any public good. It may be in terms of goods or in terms of services. Second thing, yes, it needs to be innovative first thing. And then the second thing is that, it should be cost effective and marketable. Whatever idea, whatever innovation that you are bringing in, it should be cost effective and of course marketable. And the third thing, employment generation. Through your innovative idea, people needs to get employment. Those are the three pillars based on which entrepreneurship, the entire concept of entrepreneurship is, it is developed. That is what I believe. And particularly why I'm talking about employment generation as a part of entrepreneurship is that, as of 2021-22 report I was going through, and the organized employment in our organized sector is only around 7%. Now you people are in the college studying, and of course you are thinking about getting some job and all. Now let me tell you that only 7% of our workforce is in the organized sector. 93% is in unorganized sector. Now again, what is organized, what is unorganized sector? They will be better, elaborating those things. But then scope is very less, and that is where entrepreneurship comes into being. Now, some of the speakers, they mentioned that post-COVID period, our entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem, it has gone up. Why so? Actually, there's a report, Global Entrepreneurship Monitoring Report, and based on that report, 2020-2021, in that particular time period, our startup ecosystem has boosted up to 5.4%. It is now somewhere around 21 point some percentage. So why during COVID period? See, the reason is very simple. COVID period, people lost their job, employment scenario was suddenly, busted. And then there was a necessity, and with necessity comes invention? No, innovation. With necessity, innovation came, and that is where entrepreneurship ecosystem get boosted up. So that was the scenario post-COVID. Now, where there is necessity, there will be innovation. And again, a few speakers have mentioned about those AI stuff, VR, AR, and IoT. Those things are there. But yes, we Northeast part of India, in terms of AI and those stuff, virtual reality, augmented reality, and Internet of Things. So we are a bit lagging behind in those stuff, but that doesn't mean that our entrepreneurship ecosystem is that lagging behind. No, what we are lagging behind is the innovative ideas. There are necessities. Everywhere there are necessities. Based on our local necessities, even in Karimganj district, you will find necessities. And wherever there is necessities, there will be innovation. So it is up to you to identify the necessity. A few days back, me and my sister, we were talking about, my sister, she was asking me, bhai, acharer business start korte parbo? Okay. So there was a conversation we were having. Then I said, yeah, definitely, why not? So, but it has to be innovative because there are lots of achar in market, right? It has to be innovative, it has to be marketable, cost effective, and at the same time, we were talking about the chain business start karte hain because employment generation over. Those are three stuff that that comes to mind when we talk about entrepreneurship. Everywhere there is necessity, and wherever there is necessity, there will be entrepreneurship. With that, I'll conclude myself. Thanks a lot. Jai Hind.
It's now time to hear from Professor Sriparna Barua, who is the keynote speaker of today's seminar. So I request Mrs. Manideepa Gop from the Department of Commerce to introduce Professor Barua to the House.
It is my great privilege to introduce Dr. Sriparna Barua. She was associated with the Center of Industrial Extension Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship Guwahati as a head and director in charge. She has 35 years of experience in management, education, and in small and medium enterprise development. Since last 5 years, she has been actively involved in promoting creation of startup ecosystem in Northeast India and has been regularly mentoring and hand-holding existing and potential startups in opportunity, guidance and scaling up. She has presented Northeast India in various international forums. She has also presented the country as a speaker in international conferences like Latin America and Malaysia. She regularly provides academic consultancy support to MBA department of all major universities of Assam, institutes like TISS, NIRD, AASC, etc. She is a member of the Board of Management of the School of Vocational Education, IGNO, the Northeast Network, the Cancer Research Foundation, and is actively involved with various industry associations like CII, FICCI, and FINA. In the year 2017, she received Bharat Vikas Award for his contribution to livelihood sector for the Institute of Self-Reliance. She also received the Lifetime Achievement Award for her contribution to the field of entrepreneurship development and livelihoods from NFED in the year 2022. Now I request Madam to address the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, and my student friends. A great pleasure to be here at Karimganj College. It was primarily because of Sumitra that I am here today, but having come here because she was very insistent and I said yes, and the commitment is something I have to keep. But having come, I did not know so much about Karimganj College, frankly speaking, but having come here and have heard so much about the college, the contribution, It's more than 75 years. It's something amazing. I'm very glad that I came here, and that today they are going for NAC, and the type of students who have emerged from this college. I'm sure it's all because of the faculty, all because of the teachers here. Um, so today, and the fact that a national seminar on something like a startup business, one has to have the courage to do that. Not everyone will actually have the courage to even think about organizing a college, to think about organizing a national seminar on. So that is also something very commendable. Uh, very, one thing which we would like to, talk about at the beginning is why are we today talking about startups so much? Why are we talking so much about startups today? We've heard the previous speakers, many of them have already covered few very vital points. Why are we speaking about startups so much today? The point is, we have no other option. We have today no other option, and India is today going through a very interesting phase, and possibly never in history this phase is ever going to come back to India. We find that everyone is today suddenly talking about, you open the newspaper, you will find that someone has become a unicorn. You open the papers, again you will find that another new business startup has come in. So why is it there are people who are leaving their job, starting their own, or having their own startups to start. There are people who are saying that I get a job, but I'm not joining the job. From the premier institutions, you will find that students are there are options, but they're not taking up a job. Just think about it. Right from the morning that we get up, are we not constantly using technology today? At any age, right from the time we knew how many of us actually read? I'm sure youngsters will not hard copy of the newspaper. We read the newspaper, we buy something that's online, right? We commute somewhere, there also we use an app and go. Then we want to eat something, we want to buy grocery, there also we are going. But back end, who's doing all this? Have you ever given a thought to that? We want to make a payment, we do by Google Pay, Phone Pay. In fact, our entire life, we want to have an insurance, we do that. We do a net banking, again, some app we are using. So back end, who's actually doing this? Have we ever thought that everything which is becoming comfortable in our lives is backed by some startup which is understanding the pain points and then trying to come up with a solution by way of a startup? Now, so it is the informed people who have started business, it is not so informed who are starting business. So everywhere, one important thing which we find everywhere is that people who have started business are very, very enterprising. They're actually a very enterprising lot of people who have started business. Now, if we look at why we need entrepreneurs or why we need startups. Number one, there are no jobs. Let us be, my previous speaker was very clear when he said that there are no jobs. Look at the gap in terms of jobs available vis-a-vis the number of people who are. We are saying that we are today talking about India as a country. We are proud that we have the youngest population. We have the largest population. The median age is maybe 28 years or 29 years. And we are very proud that now this dividend can remain a dividend only if we can create jobs. So we want more and more of job creators. And when we are saying that we need more of job creators, how does it happen? Where do I'm addressing this to all the students. How many of you actually are thinking about starting a business? How many of you are thinking of starting a business? Only one hand, two hands? Slowly, few hands are up. Okay. Now, if I'm not thinking, then what am I thinking? Are we looking at a government job? Yes, how many of you are looking at a government job? 90% are looking at a government job. A lot of time will go away when our goal cannot be a government job. Let us be very clear. Our goal cannot be a government job. If we get it, it is fine. So because government jobs, we will be wasting a lot of our time, energy in trying to get a government job. There will be very few people, okay, maybe a percentage who might get it. But there are basically no government jobs. And most of the corporation, most of the big government jobs, they're more and more taking people on contract. And when you're joining our organization on contract, it means you remain a contractual work, as a contract for, on a contract for a very long time. So number one is, let us look at why are we not looking at starting something? What is the other alternative if I don't take a business, don't start my, don't get a government job? Everyone wants to do something in life, isn't it? Yes? If I don't get a government job, where do I get a job? Private sector? How many of you are ready to do a job in a private sector? Okay. Now, private sector, you have no alternative, but okay, don't take up a government job, go to the private sector. Okay, you go to the private sector. Private sector, what will happen? You number one, you may not be employable. If you're employable also in the private sector, what will happen is they will be asking for certain set of skills. Like, you have to be problem solving, you have to have the ability to bear stress, you have to have problem solving skills, etc., communication skills. Now, these are the same set of skills which are required to become an entrepreneur. Why are we not looking at, with the same set of skills, with the amount of effort that you're going to put in, is the same set of skills which are required to become an entrepreneur? Why are we not looking at becoming an entrepreneur? The government of India, as has been very correct, my previous speakers have said, is making an all-out effort to bring in more and more people, enthuse more and more people to start their own business. I just gave you the example in the beginning that you can start look at the way our life is being centered around everything that how do you buy? When you buy a thing, what do? Don't you make an online purchase today? Most of the time we are doing an online purchase. So look at, why are we not looking at, starting something on our own? India has today more than 100 unicorns. Okay, let me not go to unicorns. Let me just say, when we look at starting a business, there are businesses happening across the value chain. You have the self-help groups. You have the self-help groups, right? So you have the self-help groups. You have the MSMEs. Just now, the representative from Industries Department, and then he's basically, and your principal was also saying, startup, and what we are doing earlier is nothing very different. So we have the MSMEs, we have the SHGs, then we have the startups. There are three basically across the value chain. There are three levels in which business happens: the SHGs, then you have the MSMEs, and then you have the startups. When you say startup, it means how are they different from rest of the MSMEs is that they are innovative, they're supposed to be innovative, and they use technology. Two major things, that whenever your idea is innovative and when you're using technology as the enabler, then you are a startup. Because why you are a startup? Because then you have the opportunity to scale up because of the technology that you're using. Just now we were hearing the example of Rishi Raj here, right? Now Rishi Raj is someone sitting here and providing services to countries like Israel. Now we are talking about AI, we are talking about blockchain, etc. But don't you think, the world is also changing that even other services, like for example, HR services, like for example, administrative services, writing skills, these are also being outsourced. So there are freelancers who have the gig economy has a huge opportunity. So if you're good at anything, that itself can be a strength and you can be just a freelancer if nothing else. And gradually you can start your own business also. So we have to look at the support which is coming from the government. I think everywhere the ecosystem is actually changing. The government is, do you know how many schemes are there? There are more than 61 schemes to support entrepreneurs, and out of which 40 are specifically for women. 40 are specifically for women. You want to get into food? There are so many food processing ministries there. But only thing is that we don't even take the trouble of doing it. We might be devoting a lot of energy, time into, studying for exams maybe, but then we are not trying to explore what is already there. So this is something we need to do. Now what happens? Why do I start my business? Why am I asking you to start your, everyone is talking about startups. Number one, what is the difference between working for someone and starting something on your own? What is the major difference? Tell me. What is the plus point of starting? Those who had said that I want to start my own business, why do you want to start your own business? Why? Absolutely. Number one is you become your own boss. Then there is no fixed timing. That doesn't mean you don't have to work, but then you might have to work 24/7, but there are basically no fixed timing. You are your own boss. But more than anything else, the most important thing is you can, by starting on your own, you can leave behind something permanent. You leave behind something permanent. Nowhere, in no profession, you leave behind anything. Supposing when I was introduced, I said I was working with the Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. I must have done many things in the IIE. Now when I'm out of the institute, is there any stamp left there saying that this is something she had done? You must be doing so much in your college. The moment the person retires, it means that, so you don't have anything permanent. But when you are starting on your own, you can leave behind, this is something she created, this is something he created. So that itself is a big motivation, because this is the only profession where you get an opportunity to leave behind a mark. If I want to leave behind a mark, this is the only way I can think about leaving behind a mark. Now, so basically, any inclusive growth. When I talked about the business across the value chain, that is the SHGs, the MSMEs, and the startup, we don't have to look at each other in isolation. They are all related to each other. When I'm looking at Karimganj, people from Karimganj trying to come up with a business idea, I'm trying to tell you that even from an SHG, you're trying to aggregate all the SHGs, give them a market, you can become a startup. You can look at what are the pain points that people here are facing. What are the pain points? Every business idea comes from a pain point. We all know about Airbnb. Do you know the Airbnb or the Uber or the Ola? They own nothing. Do they own anything? No. It's only their idea. And how did Airbnb actually come in? Today, whenever we travel, again, it's a startup, Go, Yatra.com and all that. Those are startups, no? By which we are all the time Googling, trying to see where the rates are, which rate is high, So these are basically startups providing us solutions. Those are travel craft startups. Now, how did Airbnb come in? So there were two boys in the Bay Area in California. Now they were trying to, they had problems of, to pay their fees, etc. Then there was a big conference happening in that area, like we were having a big conference, supposing a lot of delegates came in. So there was no place to stay. Then they thought that if we take a house and we ask people to stay, will they stay? Then the question came in, why will people come and stay in someone else's house? They tried it, they did not, someone came and stayed in that place. They were looking for funding. They said this can be a very viable idea. They struggled and ultimately they are worth $75 billion today. You can imagine, so it's, dirt is not of, money. Dirt is of idea. You look at every startup, it's more the idea which is more important than anything. So look at, and where do we get ideas? Where do we get ideas? We get ideas from simple things. From trying to solve local, here in Karimganj, let us try to solve simple problems. And then that's where we can get, whatever, we find, for example, yesterday we had gone to the Sadarkhandi area and we found trucks and there. So can there be some pain point for the truckers there? Can that solution come in by, I don't know, you will be knowing it more. Is there a pain point there which most of the trucks come here are facing? Can I solve their problem and that can become my startup? Lot of trading happens. Knowledge of trading, and can I build up a platform? Can I be an aggregator? So similarly, you can look at where is it travel. For me, when I'm looking at Karimganj, it appears to be a very interesting place. Although I never, deeply thought about this place. Today I realized that it's one of the interesting places. Today when I went to this point where you can see the border and I had shared photos with my friends, everyone found it so very interesting, right? So travel could be one of the areas people would, if you market it properly, it can be a very nice travel destination. Because here you see Bangladesh, here it's in the cusp of, being, when you travel, Mizoram is not very far. If you're looking at this policy, are these not places to look for? Do we need to move out of this place and try to find opportunities elsewhere? I'm not saying any problem in that. Can we look at what exports can happen from here? Can we look at some materials which are coming from Bangladesh and see, because there might be a lot of textiles, etc., coming in. I don't know if it is coming in. Can there be some raw material coming there? Can we look at, we are talking about the circular economy today. Can we look at some other solutions, sustainable products from here through the Bangladesh route going elsewhere? What are our strengths? Can sustainable handicrafts be one of the products going from here? So, these could be some of the areas in which you find a lot of business opportunity. So, this is how the local thing can be looked at. And, in India, last 10 years, a lot of changes has happened. And there's maturity amongst the entrepreneurs. While we were saying so far, in my career of more than 30 years, that I spent about 20 years or more than 20 years in entrepreneurship, earlier what used to happen when we're doing entrepreneurship development program, who would come for those programs? A person who had no other opportunity, or will keep on looking for some opportunity. If I don't get an opportunity, then I'll become an entrepreneur. That was the profile of average in studies. Today, if you find, it's actually the very, bright students who are coming in. Look at the premier institution. I had gone to IIT Roorkee once, and one question which one of the boys asked me was something very interesting. He asked me that, ma'am, when I got into IIT, it was like a dream come true. I was so happy, I worked so hard and I got into IIT. I got into IIT, today I'm almost in the final year. I'll easily get a job here. But in the campus, no one is talking about getting a job. Hardly everyone is talking about startup. What is this startup all about? Why do we have to start up? Look at the change which is happening in the premier institutions. Because of, number one, as it is the job market, don't think about the government job. Government jobs are absolutely a no. And then you see the number of positions coming up, qualified people appearing for clerical level jobs. Why do you need to do that? What is the security all about? Security, if you remain employable, don't you think that's the best security? Remain employable. That is the best security that one can think about. So there's maturity, and one very important point here is, while a lot of unicorns are what? A startup with more than $1 billion turnover valuation, right? Unicorns are there, more than 100, I think about 120, 23 unicorns have come up in the year 22 itself. With so many unicorns coming in, what we want is, most important thing is 50% of these startups are coming from, not from Mumbai, Bangalore and others. It is other smaller cities, tier 2 cities which are creating a lot of startups. Places like Jaipur, even Guwahati today. Look at the Assam startup hub. So many startups have actually, they've started coming up and solving problems. And it's not that everyone is doing rocket science. They're solving problems in the handloom sector, handicraft sector, food sector, tourism sector. Right? Tourism itself has a lot of, there can be a lot of startup ideas. So that is something which can come in. They are also coming, when we are having a smart city, we're talking about smart city. So a lot of startups are coming and solving problems for the suburbs. So it is water, sanitation. You don't have to copy everything. So if water is a problem, there can be a startup solving that problem, waste management. These are areas because opportunity always lies in the bottom of the pyramid. So when we are looking at lesser developed states or lesser developed regions, we look at more of social entrepreneurs. Startups, it is more the key word which I think next buzzword will be the social entrepreneurs. Where, so social entrepreneurs are not NGOs because, it's come concept, they are scalable, but then they have the patience and they have that concern for the people. Like for example, if you have a startup for the handloom sector, it's also important that you are paying a fair wage to the people. If you're working with group of producer company, then you are basically a startup, social entrepreneur trying to become an enabler by giving them technology. I hope I'm in sync with what I'm saying. So these are some. So right, we have e-commerce where we have examples like Flipkart, Snapdeal, ShopClues. I'm sure all of us know about it. Yes. Then health sector, you have a lot of telemedicine happening today. When we go to any solution, we have telemedicine, then we have e-pharmacies today. Fintech, I've already talked about, it's PhonePe, Policy Bazaar, M-Swipe. Then travel, there is none. Every time we want to travel, it's only through these startups that we know, Go, Ibigo, Yatra, Oyo, etc. It's basically 4 sectors that are going to drive India's growth. One will be the agri-tech. Have you seen during pandemic how technology became an integral part of agriculture? Have you ever thought about it? The farmers are now used to doing everything. Drone coming and saying whether the soil is okay. Market intelligence saying that, giving you information of what seed to grow. Right? Market information coming and telling farmers about the price. There are aggregators. So technology became transport. Again, you know how to track where it is. So technology, agri-tech startups are there everywhere. Then the next is the other sector would be your fintech, which I have already talked about. Wellness is the other category. Wellness is another big. After pandemic, the nutraceutical market has become big. Everyone is conscious about what you're eating. Healthy snacking. Healthy snacking. You look at some of the old recipes which you had, the old, food, whatever fruits, vegetables which you normally used to have. Try to work on it, and then look at having your own startups. There are specific incubators. I think Mizoram University, I don't know, Silchar and IT must be having the incubator. But otherwise, a lot of biotech incubators are there. So biotech incubators are somewhere where you get grant for doing your work. So anyone with biotechnology who are interested in biotechnology, there is a lot of support coming for the biotechnology sector. The grants up to 50 lakhs. There are grants up to 50 lakhs, and there are corporates and companies coming and working on it. Then, so let me just now give you a few examples of the type of startups which have come in. Just to sort of broaden your horizon, let me give you some startup. There are startups like you can Google, find out Grey Orange. What does Grey Orange do? Grey Orange is a hardware startups which brings out robots. So robots are there which are used for different purposes. So Grey Orange brings out about 1,500 robots every year. Then there are the augmented traveler. Any idea about what is augmented traveling? Where you're visiting a site and there is an audio-visual or audio support in which you start interacting, understand about the monuments, etc. So augmented traveling is a big. There are a lot of startups on that. Increased use of IoT and artificial intelligence for using in the real estate sector. Like for example, using the door control. Even real estate has started using a lot of these startups and coming solving problems. You know, when you open the door, when you have a lock, when you know what your child is doing. What are these? These are startups again. Even simple things like someone is very much interested in photography. What about photo editing startups? Do you know how many photos get uploaded every day? Any idea? How many photos get uploaded every? There are about 10 million monthly active users of photo editing apps. And out of those photo editing apps, they are carving a niche of about crores of markets. And 95 million photos are posted every day, out of which 100 million are uploaded after editing. All the time you are taking photographs and uploading. I see a lot of smiles here. So you are basically, what are you doing? You're using an app and doing it. The app is generating revenue. There's a startup who has realized that, okay, people are really interested in. So whole of our life, electric mobility is the other area. The other thing, another thing is liquor, craft liquor. You see in Guwahati itself now a lot of breweries have come in. Lot of breweries have come in, so liquor, craft liquor is becoming a big business. Earlier in India, we never had that. The other day, there was a lady from Arunachal Pradesh who makes very beautiful wine. She makes wine out of passion fruit, wild apple, etc. And her market is the international market. And when she came, she said that there are so many fruits lying everywhere, including the star fruit, which is the cordial. And she was telling us that, you know, through cordial you can make lovely wine. So resources are there. It's either about a pain point or about resource available. That's how you can start your. So freelancing can be there, health tech, and look at your health. I talked about photo. What about your health? How do you do? How you keep on counting how many steps you have done? You keep on doing your exercise through what? How do you exercise? You have an app. You do yoga, you do whatever. So there are Cure Fit, etc. So all these are what? Startups. Then, so there could be. So these. So there could be, you know, all these startups are there, and we can look at even astrology. You want to find out something about what is happening, even astrology has a, you know, astrology startups can be there. Now, when I started, I found that very few hands were raised when I said, if you want to start your own business. Now what I'm asking you is, what is required? What should the new education policy is talking about? The Prime Minister is talking about startups. New education policy is talking about startups. So then, what do we need to do? From college, what do we need to do? We need to create students with an enterprising mindset. Knowledge by itself is not enough. We have churned out many first-class firsts and all that. How are they doing in life? It's only people who have, a lot of people who have a strong emotional quotient are the people who would be doing well. So the mindset is something we need to impact upon. And from the colleges, it's an important role that when we are looking at creating startups, we need to have incubation centers. Is the college thinking about an incubation center? Because that's the first thing. It's a center in which you keep on giving information to the students. It's a center through which the college itself has to churn out two things, academic IQ as well as EQ. And there are a lot of colleges which have already started doing that. By continuously sensitizing students is something. So when we look at, there could be a business idea contest happening in the college. Maybe the college can think about a business idea contest. Have a hackathon here. put up problems which are there in the locality, let people come and talk about their ideas. There itself a big business idea, I mean some startups can automatically come in and then keep on supporting them. Talk about policies which are there, help them. I'm sure certain departments will be very strong. Whichever department is strong, that department can be the bed for having more ideas. Look at the premier institutions, IITs, etc. In places like China, when we had taken a delegation long back to China, I was surprised that when we had gone to the industrial estate, we found the campus of the best university having an office in the industrial area. Nanjing University had their campus, one of their campus, inside the industrial area. Why did they have that? Because all the other companies which were there, they were saying that these are our problems, and research was done on the problems which the companies were stating. When we are talking about industry academia interface, that's independently if we are doing research and the research just remains at the research level, then it doesn't add value. When you try to look at research from a commercial angle, you may not commercialize it, but giving a chance that your research gets an opportunity to get it commercialized, that's when change happens. That's when the entire process, that's when we're using technology to the fullest. You have institutions like the Biotech Park, you have the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies. I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs their faculty trying to experiment, and a lot of research getting commercial also. So that's one more thing which colleges can do. And so this is, it's a very long, it's a very, a process in which the mindset is firstly important. So the college, I would like to, when I'm concluding, I would like to say the college has a very important role in influencing the mind of the young, bright minds as to looking at also starting up or entrepreneurship as a career option. And the mantras, basically, for anyone here, all the young minds who are here, you're the future of the country. For the young minds, you have to have that spirit that I will not give up. That mindset, that emotional quotient has to be very strong. The entrepreneurial journey is a difficult journey. It's a lonely journey. The ecosystem becomes important. That is why I'm saying some support system is required right from the college level. Incubation centers are becoming big hubs for entrepreneurship, for supporting these entrepreneurs. Otherwise, you are lost somewhere. Now, I'll just conclude by giving one or two examples, real life examples. I'll talk about one startup. Have you heard about Zeron Bricks? David Gogoi and Zeron Bricks? No? I think you should Google and try to find about him. David Gogoi was an engineering student from Assam Engineering College. In his final year, he did a project which was on using plastic and making bricks. To put it very simply, right? You must have heard about that. Bricks. He tried to commercialize it. His teacher invested some amount of money. I remember him always coming and pitching in various forums saying this, and because the idea was very new, so people were not giving so much importance to it. But he kept on trying. Then he got some support from Assam startup. Then he got some other funding. Today he is supported by companies like DLF. He has got, this is a short story, a clear story of how a startup from Assam, starting in Assam Engineering College, has scaled up. He's got offices in Mumbai, he's doing bricks for Maharashtra, he's going to Karnataka, and he's going places. So he is an inspiration. Last time when I had gone to Assam startup for some pitching contest, I found a lot of engineering students coming up with different types of ideas. And there was a professor who said, nowadays, engineering college students take up the final year's project very seriously. Why are they taking seriously? They know that if they can do a good project, they can commercialize and then they can get the support. Let me give another example. She is not a startup, but she has been working more like an MSME product, MSME sector. There's a lady who's doing herbal cosmetics under the brand name of Signature. So she was packing, she needed professional support, so she got the support from the incubation center. Recently, I had sent her to that incubation center in Indian Institute of Advanced Studies. And there she said, number one is that there are companies like L'Oreal, etc., who are supporting good ideas, companies like this, local companies, and if they like it, they buy the products or they come in as investors in your thing. And she's saying there's a hair oil that she's doing, she's looking at giving it to L'Oreal and having a partnership with them. So what I'm trying to say is the possibilities are innumerable. It's a question of the idea, it's a question of your mindset, and the ecosystem is actually there today. And pandemic has actually proven that. Because earlier, students would always go out of Assam. Pandemic, they would never thought that Assam would be a place where they would like, if you're good in studies, you will always go out. But during the pandemic, when a lot of bright minds were forced to come back home and work from their home, that's when they realized that, okay, these are places also where you can do many things. Connectivity is there. That's a big realization. So don't ever think that because you are far away, you are backward and you don't have opportunities. I mean, it's a global village. It's about how much hard work you're wanting to do by understanding what is happening elsewhere. We have our own example here, and it's also about your own mentals, your mindset, and ready to take up a challenge, ready to take up a risk. With that, I would like to thank you very much. And if there's anything you want to ask, I'm ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for beautifully explaining the pros and cons of startup business. Madam, I have a query. The query is that the big companies, when they do make deals with the say small startup businessman of Sweden, so they do it under their own name, or they give the monopoly to the new businessman or women to do such business under their name.
Depends on what funding you're looking for venture fund. It will be your own company. But then if it's a venture fund, they also say it's like a venture fund. They're constantly up to you. Right? So they invest and they also give you advice as to how you do it.
Okay, thank you, madam. So we are at the end of the inaugural function of today's seminar. Now I request Dr. Abul Jalil sir. So I forgot his full name. Abdul Jalil Jogi sir, to come over the dais and give vote of thanks.
Respected Chairperson, Principal Congress College, Dr. Ramon Chakraborty sir. Aparna wrongly spelled my name. No problem. Now it's to correct it. So it's my proud privilege to stand before you to offer vote of thanks. It is a customary that after a program, vote of thanks is to be offered. So in the very beginning, I, on behalf of the Department of Economics and Department of Commerce, offer my vote of thanks to our Honorable Principal, Dr. Ramon Chakraborty sir. I offer my vote of thanks to Dr. Rajat Gupta, who was here, and due to some engagement with GTR, sir is not present. Sir is Director NIPC, sir. So I offer my vote of thanks from Department of Commerce and Economics to sir, that sir is very institutional to our beloved students. When sir came over to our institutions in 75 years Platinum Jubilee, they are also We have seen how sir is motivating our students. So I offer my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rajat Gupta sir. I offer my heartfelt thanks to Professor Madhurya Velbulwa, a renowned economist of Northeastern region, Professor Guwahati University. I also offer my vote of thanks to Madam Sikonda Borua. With Madam, I had long association also while I was in Guwahati. Madam is really very institutional and a very good kind of motivator to our upcoming new generation entrepreneurs. I'm sure the students, you have listened to ma'am. So whenever there is no job, ma'am is very emphasizing about that when there is no, what is the next alternative? There are some students that job is not there, job is not there. It should not be the same. This is the ultimate where they were emphasizing to this particular seminar. So we are very much grateful to Madam that in spite of our busy schedule, Madam has given a consent and attended this today's national seminar, and we are really very much benefited from the very inspirational and motivational keynote address given by Madam Siporna Bulwar. I offer my vote of thanks to General Manager who is not here, Mr. Salim Raja Mandal. When I contacted him, I personally visit him. He has given his consent that if I have no other engagement, I'll be there. So we are very much grateful to him that he also attended this today's program and he inspired us that for entrepreneur career, our students must have some sort of awareness and motivation because job market is not available for jobless youth. The ICC Corridors Longai Road is one of the destination that has been highlighted by him. So we are very much grateful to him. I also offer my vote of thanks to our senior most teacher of this institution, former MLA, Pathar Gandhi, Sukandar Shikhar Datta sir. I also might offer vote of thanks to head of the department, Department of Commerce, Department of Economics. I also offer my vote of thanks our most inspirational, upcoming, and present startup of Karimganj, startup entrepreneur of Karimganj, Yashiraj Bhattacharjee. Many times I have heard about him from Mr. Sujit Tiwari. Very few minutes ago, I also requested him that with Dr. Sujit Tiwari will consult and how we can arrange a program to have a direct contact and interaction with Risiraj Bhattacharjee. And I will request our honorable principal to do the needful for this purpose so that our students will be enlightened and illuminated by Risiraj Bhattacharjee so that they can also become upcoming new generation entrepreneurs. I also offer my vote of thanks to the all organizers. I want to offer my vote of thanks to Sudhitra Das, convener of this seminar. I also offer my vote of thanks to all my esteemed colleagues that they have given their time to attend this particular seminar. I also offer my vote of thanks to my beloved students. Without your presence, it would not have been possible for us to conduct this 3-day national seminar part of the inaugural session. I also offer my vote of thanks to Raju. He yesterday night up to 10 p.m. arranged all the things. I also offer my vote of thanks if media person is here so that they can highlight the study program of this particular event of Coringas College. I also offer my vote of thanks to our Kuldeep, the dean of our institution. He also busy around the clock to clean all the rooms where this program is being conducted. I also offer my vote of thanks to Raju, who arranged the sound system for this particular program. So with this, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you. Thank you all.
So, in honor of our speaker, ma'am, we are having one memento. So I will ask our student to bring the memento on the dais, and will request Principal Sir to hand over the memento to the speaker, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students, please give them she has taken all the way to come over to our place. Today she is leaving us, so we hope that we will meet her very soon. Thank you so much. Students, please stay here because after a few minutes we are having Rishiraj Bhattacharya with us. He is a member from, I think, the manager of Team Karimganj. So Rishiraj Bhattacharya will speak after a few minutes.
Not only that, you will have to wait for another hour, I think. After the program of Rishiraj is over, there will be popular talk by Manu Prasad Bodua, renowned economist. He is from Guwahati University. So all the students will have to remain present here because this program has been, this popular talk is basically for you. Okay? You need to remain present here. Thank you. This program is over. So, no, this inaugural program is over, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you.
ছাত্রছাত্রীরা তোমরা প্লিজ একটু সময়ের জন্য ওয়েট করো, কারণ আমাদের আরো ভালো প্রোগ্রাম আছে। তারপর তোমরা পপুলার টক শুনবে প্রফেসর এফপি বলদুয়া থেকে, তার আগে তোমরা ঋষিকেশ ভট্টাচার্য মহাশয়ের কথা শুনবে। তোমাদের আশা করি অনেক ভালো লাগবে, তোমরা কিছু নতুন আইডিয়া পাবে ওনার থেকে। তো তোমরা কেউ রুম ছেড়ে যাবে না, তোমরা একটু স্ন্যাক্স নিয়ে তারপর তোমরা আবার রুমে আসো। পপুলার টকের পরে there is also I think one cultural program, so please stay here, stay in the room, don't go outside. Except emergency, I mean toilet. You all remain in the
All students bring your packets. Packet के लिए लोहे बाहर फैला ना, ठीक है लंचा बोलना, बाहर क्लास बाहर बनाओ, बाहर डस्टबिन है, बाहर फैला है हमारे देखना है ये रोड Start करेंगे। नहीं हो गया। Oh.
ছাত্রছাত্রীরা প্লিজ তোমরা ভিতরে চলে এসো। তোমরা যারা বাইরে আছো তোমরা প্লিজ ভিতরে আসো, যারা ভেতরে আছো প্লিজ একজন কি ওদেরকে একটু বলে আসো যে প্রোগ্রামটা স্টার্ট হবে এখন। Students, please take your seats. We are running out of time. Please call your friends. You have already come to know that Mr. Rishiraj Bhattacharya is from our place. So আমরা আশা করছি যে আমরা ওনার থেকে অনেক কিছু জানবো। উনি তোমাদের উদ্দেশ্যে যা বলবেন তোমরা তা মন দিয়ে শুনবে, কারণ তোমাদের সেটাই হবে অ্যাসেট, কারণ you have to go a long way. So Mr. Rishiraj Bhattacharya is the founder and CEO of Team Curriculum Technological Solutions Private Limited. Already you came to know that he is doing his business, staying here. He has his connection with the outer world. So before calling him for his presentation, I would like to request our students to please come over here and felicitate Dr. Rishiraj Bhattacharya. Rishiraj Bhattacharya, sir, please come over the dais. And may I now ask my students, any one of you, please come and felicitate Mr. Rishiraj Bhattacharya. He will be felicitated by an Uttariya, token gift, and a gift. So now the stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, I was asked to come here today at 3 p.m. and I have two of my clients from Germany just arrived at Karimganj about an hour ago, and I was supposed to meet them about 36 minutes ago, so I'm running really behind schedule. So I'll just keep them, much of this presentation because I'm sorry I'm really running out of time. And also, the professors, the distinguished speakers here, all the faculty members, they really gave a brilliant speech on how startups should work in this, current world. So I don't think I have anything much to add to that, discussion. I think everything about startup has already been covered by the speakers who were here before me. I'll just go to the last slide of my, presentation, which is actually, if you are interested, just get in touch. I will share this presentation with you directly. I'll just try to finish in 5 minutes. So, for future entrepreneurs, I just want to know if you have a question about what is a startup. A startup is basically, it's an idea, it's an entrepreneurial venture, which is at its early stage of operations, and which is developed based on a unique product or service, and which ultimate objective is to make it a scalable business model on perceived demands in the market. For any startup to be successful, you need to have a unique idea. Someone has a mobile shop. If you copy that idea and open another mobile shop, that's a business, new business. It's not a startup. Any idea that you think of, it should be about solving a real world problem. So it does not matter how many kind of academic discussions take place. At the end of the day, a startup has to solve real world problems. Unless you solve a real world problem, I think we can speak in Bengali here. Real world আমাদের যে সমস্যা আছে ওটা যদি সলভ করার কেউ কোনো একটা আইডিয়া বের করতে পারো, then you are potentially going in the direction of the startup. এখন স্টার্টআপ রিয়েল ওয়ার্ল্ড প্রবলেম সলভ করার কয়েকটা চারটা ক্যাটাগরি থাকে, মানে এটা ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স থাকে। It should be unworkable, unavoidable, urgent, underserved. তোমার একটা যদি আইডিয়া থাকে যেটা এই চারটা ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স বা কোয়ালিটি যদি এর মধ্যে থাকে, you are potentially have a startup idea in your hand. Next, idea does not only matter, it should be a scalable business model. Suppose তুমি কেউ চিন্তা করলো যে যেমন করিমগঞ্জে বর্তমানে একটা খুব ইয়ে চলছে চায় পে আড্ডা। আমার পরিচিত ছেলে একটা চায় পে আড্ডা একটা নতুন দোকান খুলেছে। ইটস এ ইউনিক বিজনেস মডেল এবং অনেকে এটাকে বলছে যে ইটস এ নিউ স্টার্টআপ ইন দ্য মেকিং। It's a very new business model, I totally agree, but the question is whether it is scalable enough or not. Scalable মানে কি? আমার বিজনেস আমি আজকে 10 টাকা রেভিনিউ আর্ন হচ্ছে, এক বছর পরে এটা 1000 টাকা রেভিনিউ আর্ন হবে। That is called scalable. তো স্টার্টআপের মেইন যেটা ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক থাকে, it must be able to scale up or grow very rapidly in a very short span of time. স্টার্টআপ যদি ঠিকমতো করতে হয়, you have to do research, a lot of research and continuous research. Avoid overestimating the market size. যে কোনো একটা স্টার্টআপ করার আগে সব সময় একটা ইয়ে থাকে যে you have to sell a product or service to the customer. কাজে যখনই কোনো কিছু বিক্রি করা বা কোনো সার্ভিস সেবা প্রদান করার যখন কনসেপ্ট থাকে তখন তোমাদের বুঝতে হবে যে who are the end customers, কার কাছে, who will actually buy my service or my product. অনেক সময় অনেক স্টার্টআপে এই ভুলটা করে ফেলে যে হয়তো মার্কেটে আছে 10 জন কাস্টমার কিন্তু ওরা অ্যাজিউম করে যে মার্কেটে 1000 কাস্টমার আছে। This leads to overestimation of the market size, eventually startup fail. প্রত্যেক মানে ওয়ার্ল্ডে as per different data 300 million startup gets created every year. 30 কোটি স্টার্টআপ, ঠিক আছে? এর মধ্যে 1% actually, less than 1% actually survive more than 5 years. So market size, estimation of the market size is very important. আরেকটা আছে এখন স্টার্টআপ নিয়ে অনেক কিছু চলছে যে স্টার্টআপে আইপিও হচ্ছে, ইউনিকর্ন ফান্ডিং হচ্ছে, এই সমস্ত জিনিস নিয়ে মানুষের মধ্যে বিভিন্ন ধরনের ভুল ধারণা সৃষ্টি হচ্ছে। Avoid those. Aim for creating value, যেটা স্টার্টআপ যেটা বানাবে ওটাতে যাতে একটা ভ্যালু হয়, ভ্যালু এডিশন হয় টু হোয়াটএভার ইউ আর ডুইং। আর স্টার্টআপ যদি কেউ করার ইচ্ছা থাকে, be prepared to face a lot of frustration, anxiety, lack of sleep and all sorts of mental and physical stress. If you want to have despite everything, তোমরা যদি মনে করো you can tolerate all these things, then I welcome you to the world of startup. Thank you so much. I conclude my presentation.
I think Krishna is running out of time. So, anyways, we will have our next popular talk where Professor M.P. Badbarua will speak. We will wait for a minute. I think there are some technical issues. Students, please keep quiet. Wait for a while. The time allotted for Rishira Bhattacharya was, I think, half an hour. So he spoke so less that now we have enough time. So our popular talk will be started at sharp 6. It's good that we can hear more from Professor Departmental. So we are waiting for our faculty. Mr. Sharma, Tadapani Sharma. He'll be coming within 5 minutes. Is it ready? Hello, sir. Sure, sir. Okay. Now, I request Professor M.P. Bargova to come over the dais. So,
Can I take the laptop there?
Startups needs mental intelligence and physical, turmoil. Then, when you get relevant this thing, you can think of startup. Because really, the question I earn money for a different life. If I frustrated, startup will get sickness. Get sickness. Sleepless. Sleepless.
And what our technical experts have to say. So, this popular talk will be delivered by Professor M.P. Bedburua. I now request Sri Gadapani Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, to introduce her to the
Sorry for technical difficulties. My dear student, you please listen. Respected chairperson, distinguished resource person, esteemed colleagues, and student friends. First of all, I welcome you all to this special guest lecture as a part of the national seminar on the way towards economic development of North India. Now I am extremely happy to introduce before you to this esteemed speaker of the already invited, popular talk, Professor Manuja Prasad Bedburua sir, Professor Department of Economics, Guwahati University. I was directly nurtured and taught by Bedburua sir during my PG course at Guwahati University. We popularly call sir as MPD sir. Sir did his MA in Economics from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, 1980, and PhD from Guwahati University in 1990. Presently, sir is acting as one of the senior most professors in the Department of Economics, Guwahati University. Sir was also former director, Guwahati University Institute, Northeast India Studies. His area of research interest are in the field of agricultural economics, development issues, and economy of Northeast India. At present, Sir is the Vice President of the Econometric Society of India. Sir, presently members of ICSSR New Delhi till now. Professor Sir needs no further introduction. He recently is one of the renowned economists and has published a large number of research papers in international and national and international journals. Sir has published a good number of books along with some edited books on identity issues, agriculture and rural economy with particular reference to Northeast India. I had the privilege to see a glimpse of his book, Prospects and Problems of Agriculture Sector of Borak Valley, authored with his scholar, Professor Niranjan Rai, presently acting a professor in economics at Assam University. Desgura sir has produced a good number of PhD scholars who are now well placed in different areas in the society. Now I invite sir for his popular talk. Sir, please.
So before his speech, I would ask our students to bring the memento that we have brought here today in honor of Professor Delzurwa. I request our principal sir to hand over the memento to Professor Delzurwa.
Thank you very much for staying so late. We have particularly raised the element of force also, I understand. Money and economy and all of them forcing you to stay. So, but I don't want to actually be a dictator. This presentation is very elastic. I can make it go on for 2 hours. I can make it for half an hour or so. That is slightly difficult. Now, are you giving me half an hour? Please tell me frankly. आधा घंटा दोगे तो मुझे? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, please stay. And no, 2 hours we need to be no. Second thing is that technical people. Can I have this down so that I can see the slides? It's not that I need the slides, but ये slide रखने से आप लोग को can I display slowly? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Now, there I think, right from the afternoon, there's going to be popular talk. I don't know, it's really going to be very popular. So, in two senses, it may not be very popular. In the first sense, that it will be slightly more technical than a popular talk. Alright, that's one thing. I'm warning you from beforehand. And secondly, as you know, because there is a cultural program coming up, so I am in between a cultural program and you, so that cannot be entirely popular. So let us try to make it as popular as possible. Okay. So, what's it all about? Oh. Okay. You see, we are celebrating the 75th year, we are completing celebrating 75th year of our republic, all right? And so they are also calling it Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and all right? So it's a time since we have crossed 75 years, it's a long time, 3/4 of the century. Can you all hear me? Yes.
Now it's okay.
All right. So see, these are time wasted not because of me. All right. So at least don't count that these minutes in the half an hour. And secondly, another thing also I'd like to say, apology. जब मैं तो गुवाहाटी के पास और नौगांव or anywhere, when I'm asked to give a speech, I normally speak in a local language, which is Assamese. The whole purpose of doing it is that many people actually find, to connect better if you were speaking the local language. But यहाँ क्या है, मुझे तो बांग्ला आता नहीं. Although I'm a great fan of Bengali movies and Bengali music. In fact, before we came here, we were listening to some Bengali music, which I all suggested and they were all listening and we are all appreciating. But unfortunately, I can't speak the language, so forgive me. Then I was contemplating speaking in Hindi also. When I thought, that Hindi will be very bad, So I'll continue with English, and that is why the points are necessary here, so that you can connect. All right. So let's move on. In 1947, when we got independence, we have got independence as a divided country, right? You all know that we are partition. But not only were we divided, the economy was totally shattered. It was in a shattered condition because after 1.5 centuries of colonial exploitation, Indians are already in great deal of poverty. And apart from that, just 10 years before independence, there are a lot of things which were happening, which made the Indian people even poorer. I'd like to refer to first of all the Second World War has broken out in 1939, and after 1945 it was there. War. अभी तुम देखो यूक्रेन में war हो रहा है, उसका effect we are feeling here, right? हमारा यहाँ price rise हो रहा है, okay, everywhere it's happening. So when the Second World War was happening next door, and British who were ruling us, we were a party to it. So you can imagine there were a lot of pressure on the people's pockets, people's economy because of the war. Now on top of that, in 1943 there was one of the biggest famines. Okay, and it's called a Great Bengal famine. Great in a very negative sense, where according to Albert just said, 30 lakhs people perished. Just imagine. COVID में इतना आदमी नहीं मरा. COVID में whatever is the death score, it cannot be 5 lakhs or something like more than that. 30 lakhs people died in eastern India, Bangladesh, Bengal, Bangladesh, Odisha, Bihar, and all those areas. Okay, and many people say that was actually not a famine caused by nature, crop failure or something. It was caused by actually war effort. Because the British officers, particularly led by their Prime Minister Churchill, they did not want to share the food. Food was kept away for the army, for the war effort. Alright, and people could not get food, and actually people died like flies, and many actually. So that was a very pathetic condition. Then on top of that, when we won our independence, as I said, we got it divided. There was a lot of riots, Hindu, Muslim, Kata Mara, and all those kind of stuff. And there was trans-migration of people. Even here, I believe in Barak Valley, a lot of people came from the other side of the border. A lot of people live from here, from the other side of the border. Can you imagine in those riots? Actually, about 5 to 10 lakhs of people died. Those riots in 1947 around that time, and 1.5 crores of people. At that time, Indian population was about 40 crores or something, of which 1.45 crores of people had to cross border. So there was a refugee of about 75 lakhs who had to be sort of rehabilitated. So we won independence in that kind of a country. The economy was devastated, all right, by famine and war efforts, and then we had this partition, riots, and all that. So much of problems in there. Then when India got independence, there were other things also to be managed, because some parts of India were not under direct British control, so they have to be integrated with India. That's another challenge. All right, there's a political challenge, but that was very, very important. Another thing is that, before we became independent, what kept India united to a great extent was the anti-colonialism. The British was हमको बहुत exploit कर रहा है. So basically, we were all united. A Tamilian was united with the Bengali and with the Gujarati and Maharashtrian, because we are all anti-colonial. But once actually we have got our independence, then we suddenly became, Marathas, Bengalis, Biharis, and those kind of things. So we have this language differences, religious differences, all those, diversities, not differences, I would say. The diversities we also have to be managed and all that. So many Western commentators, including Churchill himself, Churchill, you must be knowing, he was a great leader of UK in the Second World War, and he won a Nobel Prize for his work in literature. But he also had a very negative view of about India. In fact, if I may quote Sasi Tharoor, when he won that Oxford debate recently, I think a couple of years back, when these people are dying like flies in Bengal famine, all right. So some officers send some food for these people and they are marching. Then Churchill commented that, it was a very ugly comment. He said that, so if so many people are dying, why is not Gandhi dead? That was his comment. Anyway, so many of these people thought that India is not going to survive. It's so diverse, it is already shattered, so they are going to disintegrate. But look at my last point. To the surprise of all the commentators, India after 75 years is now, it has not only survived, it is one of the strongest nations and it's one of the brightest points of the world economy. It's the fastest growing economy in the world. So we have survived through this difficult time. Now, how was it possible? Okay, let me try changing this slide. Okay, now I have to get it. It's already there. What happened actually? We have to give this credit to our, the leaders of the freedom fighting struggle. When India won independence, a government was formed. It was not a Congress party government, although Congress led our freedom movement. It was a government of national unity, although they didn't call it the government of national unity. Who were the members? Of course, Jawaharlal Nehru led the government, and the Deputy Prime Minister was Vallabhbhai Patel. Then you had, of course, people like Ambedkar, for instance. Ambedkar was, really opposed to ideas of Gandhi and Nehru and all, but still he became the law minister. That was very important, and he was given that responsibility of, drafting the constitution. Then you have Shyama Prasad Mukherjee from the other end. He was representing Hindu Mahasabha. So from where later on, these parties came out. So he was also a minister, and he was not just a minister just for the sake of minister. He was an industry minister. Then we had representation from all religions. All women representations were found and given. So it was a government of national unity, and which actually got the act very quickly together. Alright, what happened? You can see very fast in the thing. Patel has actually, was very instrumental in getting all the princely state under the government of India. So he integrated India politically, administratively, and geographically. Then what happened actually is that, by 1950, we had one of the finest constitution drafted. Why am I calling it the finest constitution? Because it is very inclusive. There you cannot be discriminated on the basis of caste, religion, race, or language or anything. So it's very inclusive. Everybody can be coming in. If you are not inclusive, here if the inclusion is not there, it's not institutionalized. Institutionally, everybody is a part of India, and nobody can be discriminated on the basis of this. So this is the beautiful constitution that was given to us. And by 1951, actually, we already had, the first, parliamentary election. Again, people thought India was illiterate people. That time, actually, only 10% of population were literate. Can you imagine? Okay, now of course we are almost 80% of Indians are literate. There are blank spots. You have to overcome that. But that time only, how can all these illiterate people vote and elect the government? But that was also India showed that it could do it. All right. I don't want to like that. I don't want that Pakistan should be left behind. Some people say that India should be great because Pakistan is political. But at the same time, it's a fact because Pakistan chose a different way. They could not make the constitution ready. Their constitution came in '56, which was also not implemented. It was kept in suspension, and later on, actually, they could only do it. So India, so it has put all the things in order, more or less. So by 51, things were all settled, and then of course we have won our political independence. So we now need to actually strengthen our economy, because unless you have an economic independence, you cannot be fully independent. So we decided that we are going to have 5-year planning, which USSR has used to become very, very quickly very developed. So in 1951, we started our experimental plan, and having been successful in the experimental plan, from 1956, we have all the things, we have started our what we call 5-year plans with a strong strategy for industrialization. Now, on hindsight, we can criticize that that strategy was not very good or something, but at least something, we had thinking mind, we had a scheme of things, we had a strategy, and we are moving forward. And in how many years? Just imagine, from 1947, by 1956, in the 9 years' time, we were able to move ahead. Politically, socially, we are stabilized, and economically, we are moving forward. We are trying to make some kind of effort. So that is remarkable, and we have to give the credit to that. Early leaders of our country, the freedom fighters, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, in the whole economic life of India, as I'll come to the 75 years also, whenever we make some progress, then there were always setbacks. Then you find from the end of my speech that India had the resilience. Resilience. If you are struggled and if you have ability to fight back, India has had the resilience to come back each and every time. Okay, including the recent time of COVID attack. I'll come back to that later. So in 1960s, we had a lot of setbacks. That's not for our fault. In fact, some of the policies we took, I did not explain because, as I said, we led. Let me move this slide. I didn't explain anyway. So these are things also we did. So if you are a student of Indian economy, you will know. So basically, all I'm trying to say is that by the end of 1960, by the end of 1950s, our things are moving. We are moving economically and otherwise also, and we stabilized the economy. But in 1960s, we had this particular problem. So these are all exogenous. Why is it exogenous? First of all, in 1962, China attacked India. They came back as close to as nearly Tej Brahmaputra Valley. So that was something. It's a big setback. India lost the war. It was devastating, demoralizing because India was talking about peace and all that. Chinese didn't understand our language. Then in 1965, in another 3 years, we had a war with Pakistan, which of course we have won. Which means that from our defeats in 1962, we have learned very quickly. And we are able to defend our country and we have to push back the Pakistanis from in 1965. Then of course came 2 years of monsoon failure. Okay, monsoon failed for 2 consecutive years. There was no rain. You will not remember. Maybe the principal, I think even he will not remember. I remember as a kid, there was no food anywhere. To get a 1 kg of rice, this was very difficult. Alright? Because for 2 years there were no rains. Okay. Then we were also getting some kind of help from the abroad. Actually, USA had a lot of surplus. They actually politically used this surplus to give as food aid. But in 1965, that was the time of Cold War. Young Bache, you know the Cold War, no? Cold War, you don't fight yourself. You fight a war through others. So your war is cold. So Cold War was between USSR and USA. And in that global politics of Cold War, India was on the USSR side. So Pakistan, USA said that no more food aid. Okay. So food aid was also stopped. So we had a very difficult kind of a situation. But how did we come out with this? But we are luck was also there, and some good things were also there. What was the luck? That was the time when agriculture and research globally had made very important breakthrough, which is known as the high yielding variety seeds. Okay, so if the seeds, if you can give fertilizers, if you can give enough water, they can actually produce lot more seeds rather than leaves. All right. So this technology India has very quickly adopted because India already had set up. One of my older slides I showed. India set up IITs, India set up IIMs, agricultural universities. So our agricultural universities very quickly sort of use these new inventions to adapt to our climatic conditions. See, you can develop something in Mexico, but you cannot directly plant it in Punjab. That has to be adapted to our conditions. So agricultural universities did that, and we were able to do it. Now, there is one more very important thing. Suppose कल आप discover किया है कुछ Victoria variety. You tell the farmers to grow it. But will the farmers grow it? There are 2 problems. First of all, if you are adopting a new technology, there will be a lot of expenditure involved. There will be risk involved. Expenditure involved in the sense that you have to buy new inputs, you have to buy fertilizers, you have to irrigate. So these are all expensive kind of things, which our farmers were not very used to sort of doing. So government says that no, you do it. We are giving you guarantee that we are giving everything cheap. Subsidize करेगा आप लोग ले लो पानी free में है electricity free में है ले लो but उबालो what was that? Sona uple hira moti. They say that. So you have to do it. That's a data basic slogan. So we need to do it. So now you have given the inputs have been given to you, subsidized input, use it, you grow it. If you grow a lot of food, will the farmer necessarily profit? Yeah. Thank you. Farmer may not profit. Actually, farmers, if they produce more, they will be punished. If a lot of supply comes to the market and the prices are going to crash. So government also said, look after it. They said, we will come up with the procurement policy. MSP you must have heard about. So MSP thinks that they have come up with the MSP system and they say that, you know, you can sell it to us. Market may, if the price slumps, you can sell it to us. So all these government policies, the inventions came, the government policy support came, agricultural universities work, you know, the extension workers work, and as a result of which, in 10 years' time, football can you conversation be outside? I'm a little distracted. Okay, so in 1 year, in 10 years, India had not only became self-sufficient in production of cereals. India also started having a buffer stock. What is a buffer stock? Because this year crop is good, next year the crop might fail. So if you keep a buffer stock, next year you can release it for consumption. So this is what India actually achieved to an extent. So by this crisis was over, India was moving. But when we entered 1980, after some political crisis again, you know, this was a time for the Indian economists to take a stock of what was going on. You know, are we doing really well and all that? So if you look at India's performance after 1980, what is finding is that India has been able to get a growth rate of about 3.5%, which was much higher than what we had in the colonial period. Okay, it was better than that. But if you compare India's performance with other countries like South Korea and all that, okay, East Asian countries, you find that they were doing much better. Alright, so there was a lot of questioning on India's development strategy. Okay, so a lot of questioning has come in the 1970s, 80s, 70s. Alright, and actually what has gone wrong? There are a number of things which have gone wrong. You know, we had industrialized, but because there was no competition domestically or internationally, we are not allowing imports to come in. So industry was not very efficient. Everybody will know when there is competition, there will be more efficient. So we had industries, but they were not efficient. Public sector was supposed to be making profit and surpluses for the country, but they were actually making losses. So a lot of issues were there. And actually people come to describe India as a case tiger. You know, Singapore and Taiwan and all those countries are called Asian tigers. They were Asian tigers. So Asian countries moving like tigers, forward like tigers. But India was called a cage tiger. A tiger, जो पिंजरा में बंद है. What is this pinjira made of? All those restrictions on enterprises. It is called the license quota permit. So you require quota for everything, license for everything. So you cannot, by the time you get the permit and actually your half of the deal is gone. So that was a big problem. So India, because there was a call for a lot of reforms of the Indian economy, reform the Indian system, and in response to that, India started experimenting with some kind of reform in the 1980s. But that was not a wholehearted reform. You know? So what resulted as a okay, it's moving faster than I thought. Slides and speeches are not going to be hand in hand. Anyway, so what happened actually is that in the 1980s, what we tried to do was experiments with reform. That was good. Our growth rate was going up, but at the same time, there was a lot of borrowing and all that, which has ended up with the balance of payment crisis. So we didn't have money to pay our, import bills and all that. So there was a crisis in the Indian economy in the 1991, and that was the time where actually, India had to, pledge our gold to the Bank of England. So that actually was a very important symbolic value. क्योंकि Indian household को वो सोना का भाव, सोना का मतलब, they understand the meaning of gold, and only in the very deep crisis people go and sell their family gold, right? So when India has given gold to, pledge the gold, so the country, everybody in the country realized that there is a deep crisis in the economy, and that actually helped us to bring in very, very radical kind of reform. And this reform that we have taken up, basically, I think under the leadership of Narasimha, aided by Manmohan Singh. I think I actually rate P.V. Narasimha one of the finest prime minister India has ever had. And you can look at the components of reform. You don't have to really understand everything. As I said, it was a cage tiger, so the cage was suddenly open, relicensing. Okay, so you can go and start business anywhere. And secondly, you can also, government will not come and do everything. All right, then also what we are doing is that we are exposing our economy to foreign competition. Imports can come in, so we have to be now competitive. Okay, then only you can actually survive. All right, and also because there was a lot of capital floating around. Earlier, when we learned economics earlier, say the poor countries are poor because they didn't have capital. Now that has become an obsolete knowledge because there was a lot of capital floating around. All you have to do is that you have to attract the capital. So India started attracting capital, opening up, all these things and fiscal tightening, and this has actually brought about a lot of change, very dynamic change we have brought about India in the 1990s, and India started going very, very fast. And I think this is the point. Okay, what are the good things and bad things of the period? The good things were, in a period of 25 years, that is the golden period of Indian growth, starting from 1990 to 93, going up to just before COVID, 2018. India has a 25 years of high economic growth. Economy was growing more than 6% during the entire period. So if the economy was growing at that 6%, per capita income was rising at 4%, because per capita income is just growth rate minus the population growth rate, which was actually coming down below 10%. So per capita income is growing, that is why economy was developing. All right, then we had a lot of foreign exchange reserves, so that was no longer a problem. Remember the whole crisis started with a foreign exchange crisis, but now we have plenty of foreign exchange. So those were the good things which happened. Now there were a few bad things also. What are the bad things? Inequality has increased during the entire period. Inequality has increased, and if you remember, there was an agrarian crisis. What is the agrarian crisis? We have seen it. We have become familiar with this because farmers were coming, particularly in Punjab, Maharashtra, in southern states, many parts, not so much in the eastern part of the country. So there was farmers suicide and so on and so forth. So there was a crisis again in the Indian economy. Then, of course, from this crisis also we were able to come out, because of this is a remarkable point. Two major programs I have identified. One is the PMGSY. Up to dekha hoga PMGSY agreement. Prime Minister Kamini Sarak Yojana. It was started by the NDA government under Atal Bihari Vajpayee, right? So that actually has contributed to transformation of the rural economy to an extent, because before PMGSY and after PMGSY, rural economy has become different. And the other one was that people were unemployed, they are not paying income. This was started by the UPA government, MJ and the government. So both actually complemented each other, and we could come out of this particular thing. Now, why was this crisis, farmers' crisis? I think we need to spend some time on that. This is when the Green Revolution was becoming successful, or it was made successful, a lot of benefits were given to the farmers. Now, what happened actually? Immediately we needed to grow more food. That was the priority. But as you are growing more food, you are also putting your environment in great deal of distress. Because everything was free, there were overuse of chemicals, there were overuse of water, and all those, particularly in the Green Revolution area, there was serious environmental crisis. So cost of production new, and the government has to, after the reforms, government has to also roll back some of the subsidies, because if the government has a lot of borrowing, a lot of expenditure, then this is also not good for the country. Now, as these benefits are withdrawn, those were cost, but those were earlier borne by the government. Now the farmers have to bear it. So that was the problem. And also you have to remember one thing. By 1990s, IT revolution was there. Our lifestyle had changed. Everybody has become aspirational, required mobile phones, that's a minimum thing. And other things also required. The farmers also became aspirational. There's no wrong in being aspirational. So, but to have a higher lifestyle, you need to also sort of earn more. So in the quest of earning more income, they have put up a lot of risky measures. They have borrowed money and all that. and some of them actually could not repay, and many of them actually took the ultimate course of economics. So that was a major problem. All right, but how did India come out of it? As I said, these two programs are important. But farmers themselves also took a very interesting initiative. What is it? You see, in the meantime, India has changed. There was no need to do that much of manual work. All right, India has organized to some extent. So India's consumption pattern changed. So India has started cutting down consuming calories and all that, cereals and all that, and they were actually started to consume more vegetables, fruits, and those kind of stuff. And the farmers actually have the intelligence of what is more in demand. The agricultural economy has diversified into these areas, and these have been the growth sector of agriculture ever since. Crop cultivation is cereals and all, they don't give you, they grow at a rate of 2%, 1% or something like that. But if you look at vegetables, horticulture, and if you look at livestock products, they are growing at 4%, 5%. So these are the areas, growth areas. And secondly, as I said, PMK, as far as also have been, marketing became possible. There are new professions which come out in the villages which are called non-farm sector. And many of the people could migrate out of the villages because agriculture was not initiated in work. If you have reduced workers, agriculture become again possible. But some of the workers have left. Even from Assam, we know so many workers have left to work in areas where the industrialization or service sector or IT revolution was successful. There was demand for jobs. Here we have surplus of workers. They all migrated. So you see this migration pattern. The migrants are from eastern India, UP, Bihar, North, where this the globalization process did not become very successful. They were successful in the south and west and all. So people are migrating from here to there. So they were finding jobs. And in the process, they were bringing in benefits of globalization to this backward area. If you go to Bihar villages, even in Assam villages, you'll find concrete houses coming up. How is it possible? Because some of their workers have gone to work there and remittances. And I estimate in the COVID time that actually the remittances constitute about 1% of state GDP of Assam. So it may not be very large, but it's quite large because it goes directly to the poor household. That has, and the other studies show that have actually increased rural consumption. So all these things, from these things, we have been able to come out of that crisis of the agrarian crisis. Also, we were able to come out. Now, one very interesting thing is that when the reforms were first introduced, there were a lot of opposition to you. The leftists will not hear it because they believe in socialism, so they believe the state has to do everything. But then here, reforms makes market to the center stage. What is good for the market, market will do. What market cannot do, that only state will do. Primary education, healthcare, etc. State is supposed to do, but production of PGI, running hotels, government business, the government will have to, that has to be done. So initially there was a lot of opposition from the left. There was also some opposition from the other groups. Even within Congress party, also there was a lot of opposition inside. Nobody spoken up. But as the reforms started giving results, various governments came one after another. Then all the government actually supported the reform. They continued with the reform. Even today's government also, continued reform. If you look at the reforms, although people may criticize, but then they know this is the only way forward. So this government, which is run by the NDA, led by Prime Minister Modi, two major reforms which I think this government did are the GST. You all know about the GST now? We have to pay GST everywhere. You may not like paying GST. It's more explicit. Actually, we used to be paying the tax earlier also. Now it's more explicit. So we know whether we are paying the tax. Alright, but this has defined the country, has taken the country forward. So that is extremely important. Then we have this direct benefit transfer. Earlier, there were a lot of schemes for housing days and that. The money actually used to be getting lost. Government allocates money, but in between it is getting lost. But after the people were financially included, this Jan Dhan Yojana accounts have started. The money, the benefits that you are supposed to get directly gets transferred into the bank account. So people are getting their benefits. So these are the reforms which have continued. But there are other reforms which are also necessary, very difficult reforms. I'll take a lot of time to explain, but I don't not like to go about that. This land acquisition process. Because if you have to start a new business, you have to acquire land. That's very difficult. Still, government started some effort, but that was not very successful. Labor reforms again. Why India doesn't have decent employment? One of the reasons is that labor laws are too much in favor of workers, so that is why people don't want to invest. So that's another thing which requires reform. Then, as I said, agriculture has a lot of problems. MSP and all those things. This requires reform. Government actually seriously tried to do, but the government failed to implement. Here, I think I would like to blame not the government, but the political forces. Why? Because the government thought they have a majority in the parliament, so they can pass any law. Yes, they can pass the law. But when you implement the law, it has to be not in the parliament. It has to be among people. So there has to be a political process by which you have to tell the people that this reform is good for the country. Where I believe this present government, present political dispensation has somewhat failed to do it. I supported the agriculture reform, but then, as you know, the agriculture reform has to be withdrawn. So this is what is going on. Reforms have been continuous, so we are still growing. And after COVID, everywhere in the world there was a crisis. All countries were suffering. I don't have to give those slides. Unnecessarily, I was talking. I'm finishing in 5 minutes, okay? I don't need the slide. So, in the COVID time, we suffered. Everybody suffered. But India recovered very, very quickly. How was it possible? It was partly, primarily possible because of the massive immunization program. Vaccination, it was one of the largest vaccination exercises that 2/3 of Indians have been covered by vaccination. So COVID was more or less defeated. China was still struggling from COVID till other day. Till the other day they were having lockdowns and all this kind of stuff. But we have bounced back from there. Now our aspiration is to become, when we are going to celebrate our 100 years of independence in 2047, we must appear in the world as a developed country. So that is the ambition. But ambition only se to nahi hoga. We need to have a roadmap for getting to that ambition. So what are the challenges? I try to sort of narrate a few challenges which India will have to deal. One of the major challenges that India will have to sort of technological development. India will have to take more active kind of thing. Unfortunately, if you look at the current economic education policy and whatever, you find that emphasis is more on knowing our past, discovering our past glory. That's important. There's nothing wrong there. We need to know. We have to rewrite some of the good things and all that. But that's not going to take us very far, because China and others are now researching actively in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is going to, artificial intelligence I mentioned several times, it's going to move the world in the next 10 years. Alright, so if we are falling behind here, we'll have a problem. Alright, so this is something I think we really need to, instead of arguing whether, aeroplanes were there in the time of Mahabharata and all that, now we should be focusing more on, basically developing our things. Then there is one more problem, which is that, as I said, foreign capital help us to get it. But now interest rates globally have gone up. That means capital is not abundantly available, so the things are going to be more costly for all of us. So we need to, there's going to be problems. Then of course there are a few more things which we have to attend to. One of them is that, with climate change coming in, we need to be more careful about our resources. Land and water. We think that water is available, but that water is going to be more and more scarce. So we need to increase our water use efficiency, land use efficiency. the factorial efficiency has to be increased. Then, our population, we all know recently that we have become the most populous country of the world. How you look at it is different. You may think it's an achievement, you may think it's not an achievement, all right? But the population is not going to keep on growing all the time in finite. There are two estimates. Lancet, there's a journal called Lancet, medical journal. It has made a projection. According to that projection, India's population will stabilize by 2047. That means when we become 100 years of our independence, Indian population will stop growing. It will start declining after that. Already our population, growth rate has come down quite a lot. But there are other studies. Some say that India will still keep on growing up to 94. But that's not the problem. The size of the population I'm not thinking about. But by 1947, India will not be a young population. Now our average age is 29. By that time, we will become an old population. In fact, by 2040, our population will start aging. So when the population ages, people are not, they're not going to be physically very, very active. In fact, there has to be more support and all that. So this is going to become a very, very important challenge. So we have to think how we can handle all those kind of things. So a lot of things are there. There are a lot of challenges are there. Environmental challenges are there. Population growth rate. If we cannot get the demographic dividend in the next 15, 20 years, we'll be missing the past. All right. So that is one thing. Third thing, as I said, we have to economically use our resources. There are going to be new discoveries and all that, agriculture and other fields. We have to be able to do that. So our technological drive, which was started right after independence, setting up IITs, setting up Baba Atomic Research Center, and other kinds of institutions. So I think we have to reboot and refocus on the development of technology and taking forward. So India is now a global leader in many IT companies and all. How was it possible? Because at one point of time we decided to invest in high quality of education. So this is something we really need to redo so that we can by 1947, where population will be high, but the population will be older, so we are actually able to. Anyway, so sorry, there was a lot of there was a lot of disruption in the whole process. Anyway, I tried to communicate something. I don't know how far it will reach the other side. Anyway, it's my faith. If it has not been successful, I think that's my faith. All right. And thank you for so quietly listening.
Now, there's a question that anyone can raise any issue regarding SARS popular talk, and you can say something. Okay, some questions. Sorry. Please, minor students, you need any clarification, then we can put some questions.
So actually, yes. So it's a nice experience and listening to you. So we heard the journey of Indian economy since independence. So I want to listen especially from you actually. Your observations on the Northeast economy of Northeast and Assam in particular since independence. Your observations.
Assam economy for very long actually had a lot of difficulty because before independence all the Barak Valley gardens were flourishing. After independence, because of our isolation and all that, suddenly there was a shock of the entire economy, right? Then from that shock we could not recover very well for a very long time. For two reasons. One is that in fact there was also LGBT movements coming up socially, and that's nothing wrong. Every tribe, every group wanted to have their own identity asserted. So that is something which of course was very difficult because that created some social problems, frictions and all that. And economically, Assam became cost ineffective. All right. So that was it. And there was a lot of infrastructure gap and all that. So, and the center actually initially was not very favorable. The 50s and 60s, which I praised, but they were slightly neglectful to the Northeast. In the 1970s, they started some reactive measures. Then there was Allah Gullah, so we get try to solve it. But in the 1990s, remember Manmohan Singh was an MP from this region only, from Assam only. And he actually took the initiative. There was a Sukla Commission report which said that yes, Northeast requires a lot of investment. So there was a lot of central government investment which has actually improved the communication. So after 2000, next decade, you find that all the Northeastern states were actually what we call moving to a higher growth path. Alright? But in, I think as the Northeast as a whole has a problem because we have not been able to come to terms with this identity issue because people want say more and more technology, inner land market, which actually creates obstruction for an integrated market. The market is right. See, today we have a lot of problems in Manipur. This is all ethnic origin. All right, this is very sad. We need to resolve that issue and move forward. You see, if you look at the Northeast as a whole, what is the population? So it's about
Some roads, 3, 4.
45 million population, which is much more than the population of Ukraine and all. It can be a very large market. Hills and plains can complement each other in development. But we are, because our social issues are boundary, border issues, identity issues and all. Look at Meghalaya, for instance. This is a state where main capital is not tourism. But they are so sort of scared of outsiders. If you are a tourist economy, you have to be very friendly to the outsiders. Okay, so there are some priority problems, and I think more than the government, the civil societies, look at Manipur, look at Meghalaya, even in Assam also, I think the civil societies will need to really work for the betterment of the country. Instead of getting us divided among ethnic lines, religious lines, it's high time we got together and integrated the economy and so that we can move forward. We are talking about integrating in the South Asia. It doesn't make sense. Your whole economy is not integrated, it's divided. You are not going to get it. Done?
Any more questions?
Sir, I have a query about during the COVID, we have seen other tribal belt in Chhattisgarh, also Jharkhand, another scheme which worked very well along with NREGA, that is called Bandhan Yojana, BDY. Under BDY also a lot of BDBK centers, and then they promote minor fruit forest produce and all this. What was the scenario in Northeast? Because this is also majority, also tribal population we get from the northeastern states.
I don't have much information about that kind of thing. But the thing is that here the tribes are mostly in the hills, okay? And two things actually help the Northeast in fighting COVID. One is that because if you are living in hills, very sparsely populated, you are naturally distanced. Okay, so the person, if some COVID was there going on in Itanagar, people in Bongila were completely safe, they will not be affected. Okay? But that's not the same. Same in Guwahati. So if Guwahati is having problem, Bonga is also going to have problem. So that sort of thing, that helps. And secondly, this all the health states receive a lot of fiscal support, disproportionate fiscal support because they are being, I'm not again guarding against them. They are border states, difficult states and all that. So under the 14 Finance Commission, where they done away with the special category states, still the hills are getting. I think liberal funds. So funds was not a problem for fighting COVID. So they do actually offer recovery. Because the problem initially was not very severe. Secondly, much less severe than in Delhi. The way, if you talk to people in Delhi, very sad. Everyone says that, somebody I know had died. Everyone is saying. But that's not the case in the North.
Okay.
So I don't know much about those things. Yes, sir. Actually, I have a query. Actually, sir, you told that population aging has already started. If we look at the UN report, according to that report, that if a country having 7% of older population, then this country is aging. So, if you compare all India average and northeastern states, here we can see that in all India level, the older population is more than 9%. And for northeastern states, it's lower. Although it is lower, but if we consider the growth rate, it is much higher than the national level. So this means that if although we are having lower older population at present, but in future we will have much older population than all India level. So this means this older population will have lots of implications of the Assam economy as well as northeastern economy. So what are the some suggestions?
I don't have. We have to get demography. It's a very difficult challenge. When the aging population, if you look at Germany and all those Western countries, they are allowing migration.
Yes, sir.
Let people come in and help us. The kind of things we are not going to do. But Japan doesn't have a migration thing. They are not very welcoming migrants. So
Yes.
they have fallen back on robbers. All right. So to do all those kind of things which otherwise the young men would have done. So in the Northeast again, because of the xenophobia, the fear of the unknown people, I don't think there is going to be much migration which will be possible.
Yes.
All right. So that's going to be a problem. But I hope people can change also, because the compulsion like this lady was telling us, when there is necessity, then only innovations come in, right? So maybe people will change their mindset. But I will appeal to the civil society office so that they work to change the mindset of people. Instead of trying to divide the people on the next together. You see, every ethnic group has a right to preserve their culture, preserve their language. But you can't give a homeland to everyone. Because once you give a homeland to, say, for instance, some groups here, the people who are not a part of that majority, they are going to become the second and third. That's happening everywhere in the Northeast. Alright, so this is something we should learn from the past and we should not be repeating them.
Thank you so much.
I think that should be enough. Okay.
So actually, you have beautifully presented the challenges that you have faced and how India has been resilient for those challenges. We have successfully come over them. What I feel that in future we are going to face another challenge.
Yes.
As per the recently published report of the World Economic Forum, many of the jobs will actually they will become obsolete. In fact, some of our roles as teachers they will become obsolete.
Absolutely.
We can record our class teaching, upload in the YouTube or whatever online, and that's how many of our roles which require less cognitive skill, those things will be done. My question is that sir, in future, how India is ready for this challenge, particularly for the young generation?
See, when this gentleman was there, Subramanian, in his economic survey, he included one major chapter on universal basic. You see what's happening? I think if you have the patience, I'll try to explain this. It's happening not only for Assam or for the whole country, and actually for the whole world. This coming of artificial intelligence, it has happened in all the industrial levels. Whenever there was an industrial revolution, this is the fourth one now going on. There was displacement of work, but new works were found. But this time around, because we are going for efficiency of artificial intelligence and automated vehicles and all that, there is going to be much more massive displacement of work. So how are you going to be? There are two things. First of all, people are not going to get work, so they become poor, so they will not have. But if technology creates new goods and services, people must also have money to buy. Right? So if people become poor, that is not developed technology. So we have to find a solution where technology advances, wealth is created, but we have to learn to redistribute this wealth. So that will be a very, very important thing. I think PKP and all those people have been already working on this. It's talking about recirculation of capital. Okay? So this is something, and universal basic income is one more. Alright? So that is, so everybody, adults, male or female or transgender or whatever, will be entitled for some kind of privilege. Where is the money going to come from? The natural resources that we use, we need to pay for that. And that is, you see, if you take a parking lot, or if you take the environment, when you fly your vehicle, you pollute the environment. The environment is not your property, it's a common property. So we should be fined for that. And that is called what we call virtuous rent. Okay, rent is a bad word. So if you have made a profit from a startup, that's called profit with honorary. But if you have made profit by setting up monopolies, by cheating, the government contract and all that, these are not profits, these are stealing. So that is honorably called rent stealing. But rent stealing is very good. But this is called virtuous rent. The state can collect this kind of rent for using of say, water. Water down the Brahmaputra and Barak is not anybody's problem. If you're using the water, we should be paying for some kind of charge. So this can be collected and redistributed. IQAC says that anybody who becomes 25 should be given a capital expenditure. Capital sum means you may be given 5 lakhs or something. So you can pursue your dream. Suppose you want to become a photographer, you can become a photographer. You want to start an enterprise, you can start an enterprise. You want to take a bigger loan from the bank, you can leverage the fund. So all these ideas are people are talking about. And people are also talking about sharing of work. So instead of having a 5-day week or 4-day week, let us have 3-day week so that the works get divided. So these are some of the ideas people are still calling you. What will happen, we'll have to see. It will unfold gradually, it will not happen. But be prepared. Some other companies, they will not require the cards anymore because ChatGPT is going to write all the labels. Okay? So that's how things are coming very fast. It's coming much faster than one way and anticipated. I think you give me a relief now. I can keep on speaking.
Now, Principal Sir, we address the gathering service.
I must say, I'm thankful to you that you are here to listen to me.
Yeah.
Really great.
Actually, I must extend my sincere thanks to you, Mr. Madhu Bodua. When we are pursuing our MCOM in the year 1990, I think Professor Bodua has just joined the Department of Economics. And we all know that his first college is Niranjan of our college. And I attended some of the classes. In spite of the fact that I am a student of commerce, I used to attend these classes with Inaugural. And actually, I have personal, what should I say, I would say soft corner likings towards Professor Bodua. And excellently, he has explained the history of economic development of the country, right from the British to how the British exploited us, how the Bengal faced the great famine of Bengal. We know it well, and how we have started very few years. We have been able to launch 5-year economic plans. And the most important thing that he has mentioned, the second industrial policy of Indians and second industrial policy, that actually created the base of industrialization of the country. And now we think, in the year 1991, this LPG under the Prime Ministership of Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh. Narasimha Rao, his favorite Prime Minister. Academically, I think was the best Prime Minister of India because of the fact that he took Manmohan Singh as the Finance Minister of the country and then changed the whole picture of the Indian economy. The journey of development started from 1991, and today we are really ambitious to become one of the developed countries of the world, and we understand that we will be able to do that. Thanks again to Mr. Professor Bodua. I hope the students assembled here have understood the thing very well, and I will be requesting Professor Bodua, we will be in touch with him, and whenever we get opportunity, we will invite him for delivering lecture before the students, so that they can understand the problems of Indian economy still we are facing that we need to understand. And you also need to understand how we will be able to come out of these problems. With this few words, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Borua and ladies and gentlemen, my dear teacher, Professor Dr. Sandhu Dotto, SP colleagues, and my dear students. Thank you very much.
Already our principals are offered thanks to all the dignitaries. According to my this is the time for vote of thanks. I offer my sincere thanks to my teacher, Professor M.P. Bedura sir, for his wonderful deliberation. This is for the second time sir is delivering such type of lecture in 21st college. Initially sir gave another national seminar we organized in 2017. At that time also sir we are on the popular talk by our honorable sir. But we are very much sorry sir, it is a technical problem. We are very much sorry. At the age of his retirement, only 10 months left to retirement. And we are really thanks to you sir for your kind presence. And I offer my sincere thanks to our retired teacher, retired vice principal Bijan Kumar Dev and Santoro Dr. sir for coming here and listening the wonderful deliberation by our professor sir. And I offer my sincere thanks to all the resource persons for the different sessions of our 3 days long national seminar. Dr. Obia Sharma from Guwahati University, Dr. Raju Mangal from Assam University, teacher, then Dr. Jaideep Goswami from Downtown University, Guwahati, Dr. Utpal from Nehru Shillong, and Madam from Mumbai. Then we offer sincere thanks to all the research persons. They are already here. We are technical session will be started from tomorrow. And I offer my sincere thanks to all my colleagues from my college and the different colleges from this area. And finally, I offer my sincere thanks to all my dear students for your wonderful presence and listening to all this lecture by our sir. Thank you all once again. Thank you. Now, after a few minutes, we will start an cultural program, and all are requested to present in the cultural program. After the cultural program, we will begin with the political program.
Yes,